place that shall not be named. All the places that shall not be named. Darling? I love you too.
Still a little hungry after I finished that.
You have some more. It doesn't fill your belly very much, huh?
Nope. Rice Krispies doesn't really have so much bad stuff. Not all the belly fillers.
Are you teaching class today, sir? That would be grand. You look so handsome. You look so handsome.
Some chocolate milk.
Yeah, sure. All right, let's get this one for that. I need you to hop down, please, dog. Okay. Make this little space work today. I'll try to keep my head in front of that light. That does not help. Rest of the board. There you go. Cool. Healer. They said he was not a mix, actually. They say that he is all healer all day. He's certainly all dog all day, I'll tell you that. And he dogs pretty hard. Welcome everyone over on YouTube. Nice to see so many people popping into the stream. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who are new here, hello. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigans shaman, so dubbed by this lovely online community that we've been building for all these years. So this year, 2025, if you haven't forgotten, yes, we're still in 2025, we are doing what's called our Inner Light series. The Inner Light series, we go through every layer of the energy body, starting in January with the aura, and then we moved through the koshas, elements in the body. We also talked about lower minor chakras in the feet, in the knees, in the hips, in the belly button. And then we moved to the root chakra and have been moving all the way up through the chakras. So that means that last month was the crown chakra. What comes after the crown chakra? More minor chakras, upper minor chakras. We're going to talk about the shoulder chakras. We're going to talk about the chin chakra, and we're going to talk about the hand chakras, and we're going to also talk about the soul star chakra. And I'm going to offer a visualization, a practice that can be used to help align the shoulders with the soul star chakra. It's a super simple practice and just requires a little bit of intention and attention, right? Our foundational pieces to any mindfulness practice. Dog has taken front stage. If you'd like to see mostly dog in the live stream, make sure you go over to YouTube. I move with change on YouTube. I can't say that too many times because TikTok dings me for sending you anywhere else off platform. But you know what? Too bad, TikTok. Too bad, TikTok. Okay, no, sir. We're not going to do that. So you can lay down. Thank you. All right. So, Remember, and I'm going to try to say this more and more often because I just recently got the feedback that someone had been following me for the better part of a year and had no idea that I offer coaching. So I'm going to repeatedly offer this. I'm going to repeatedly say this. Hey, Moise, I offer coaching. I offer various membership levels of coaching. What is included in the coaching that I offer is access to all the tools that I have. So that's everything from yoga and mindfulness to nutrition, child development and parenting, end of life care, prenatal care. Did I say herbalism yet? End of life planning, spiritual counseling, all these things that I have, right? I have all these really cool modalities. I've got all these really cool coaching programs to get you through things like discovering your purpose. I have a happiness coaching program. I have these really cool little stick with me for a few weeks or a few months, and we will work through some transition in your life. This business, the practice that I do, the way that I coach has everything to do with just shepherding people through transition, right? I know a lot of things. I've done a lot of things. I wouldn't call myself really the master of any, except for change itself, except for learning how to meet change, learning how to be present with it, learning how to flow with it. Hence the name Move with Change. So that's what we do in coaching. I have single once a month sessions available. I have weekly sessions available. I have group coaching sessions available. And then I also have a 40-day coaching intensive, which please reach out to me before you schedule that. But it is 40 days where we work through something. You may be familiar with 40-day challenges, body challenges, yoga challenges, meditation challenges, Kriya challenges, which we're going to do one in December. If you have never heard of one, then come join us in December for that. But 40 days. Why 40 days? Because it takes about 40 days to really solidify a new habit into your life, not just into the internal practice of doing the habit, but allowing it to really solidify into all these other parts of your life, into all the other parts of your life that it touches. So the 40 days is a really powerful way to move through some place when you're really feeling stuck. And for that one, we check in every single day. We have 3 coaching sessions per week, or 2.5, I think, coaching sessions per week, depending on the hours. So anyway, that's available. All those things are available. I do have a link in my bio. I have information if you want to just send me a message. I think the best place to do this on TikTok, because TikTok dings me every time I mention anywhere else but TikTok. TikTok is so narcissistic, I tell you. And it tells me, nope, they can't show you on the FYP because you want people to not pay TikTok. Well, TikTok, stop taking all the money that your creators make, and maybe I'd be happy to give you a cut. Mirror the video so that we're not doing 2 things at once on 2 things here. Okay, let me try to get you a little more room on the board. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Grab your coffee, grab your tea, grab your water, grab your dog, cat, friend. No, don't grab the dog. Okay. No, we're not doing this here. Hey, you can get down if you want to do that. Okay. Someone said that AI does not recognize handwriting, cursive. So we're going to move Robin Williams over here so he can stay with us throughout the entire session. And then we're going to try to put, you got 2 dogs you can grab this weekend? Hell yeah. Happy Saturday, Glitterbee. How are you? Oh my gosh. I'm so judgmental of myself sometimes. I tell you. Okay. All right. We're going to try this again. You guys will have to figure that out. If you can hopefully figure that out. That's not my best cursive. Can you all see that over there on YouTube? Astrology. I got the chance to dog sit and jumped at it. I am doing better than a lot of the days lately. I'm so glad. Dogs are such good friends for that. Yes. Okay. So I am Move with Change. in all the places. If I am on that social media platform, that is my name. Is something I offer in coaching? Yes. Astrology. I do intuitive natal chart readings. I focus on the top 3 and how they really impact who you are, who you be, and how you be. Hey, thank you, friend. And then we also use astrology in tandem with energy work to understand where your energy body may be more challenged or have more skill or strength in certain areas, and your astrology chart can show you that. So I blend those things together, and that's the beautiful thing too when I'm doing coaching, right, friend? That we bring all those pieces together, and you can mix and match and do all that stuff that you would like to do in your coaching sessions. Question marks, darkness falls up. What? Darkness falls up. Okay. I'm talking about coaching that I offer because I got I got some feedback recently that said that somebody had been following me for the better part of a year and had no idea that I offered coaching. And it is the primary way that I generate my income. And right now, looking at as the business has been, it has not been sustainable enough. So I am now going to shift a little bit to talking more and making sure I repeat it over and over and over again in these sessions or in these classes that yes, I do offer coaching at various levels. Good morning, Blindly Evolving. How are you? Thank you, Darkness Falls, and Light Shines Down. But doesn't light also shine up too? Sorry. I'm a semantics girl. You want to play semantics? Let's play semantics. Okay, so this is where this TikTok shop is where I offer coaching, is where you can find coaching. Again, if you have any questions about coaching or anything I offer, if you want links to anything, including our Discord or other social media platforms or anything like that, you can always just send me a link. No, now, no, 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 now, no. Okay, so what we're talking about today is the upper minor chakras and the hand chakras. Let's start with the hand chakras. The soul star chakra we'll talk about, the shoulder chakras we'll talk about, and like I said, I'm going to offer a practice for the alignment of the 2 shoulder chakras with the soul star chakra. So we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I want to start with the hand chakras. Thank you, friends, because we have been using mudras for the last several years that I've been doing these classes, right? So with all of that use of mudras, it's important to know, it's good to know what chakras you're also activating by doing these mudras. So let's start first with a kind of an overview of the elements in the hand, the energy channels in the hand, and why we use mudras and why they work and why we use our hands for energy work, right? Darkness falls up. The Robin Williams magnet says you're only giving one little spark of madness. You mustn't lose it. He has a special place in my heart and always has. And this thing has been with me for, I don't even know how long. It may have been like since I was a teenager kind of deal. Reminds me of Rainbow Bride. My sweater, thank you. Dog, can you sit over here? Can you lay over here on the heating pad? Come here. That's my seat, though. That's my seat. Hold on, we gotta move a dog. You're not moving? Okay, TikToks can't see it. You guys need to see what's going on over here. I'm trying to get him to move, but now I'm gonna put him on blast. Excuse me, sir. Can you move over here, please? Excuse me, can you move over here? Okay. He's gonna still sit on me. Okay. You use the mudras I teach. Yay! Hey, Big Hank, how are you? Big Bank. Okay, let me turn that just a little bit. I took his spot. He took my spot. He is so good at taking spot. He's a sleep in the bed dog. And let me tell you who takes spots, okay? If we're going to talk about spot taking, he is the master of spot taking. All right, hand chakras. Can you guess? Especially those of you who have been doing mudras with us for a while or talking about the chakras during the Inner Light series this year. Can you guess? Let's start with a thumb. What chakra? What is the thumb related to? Let's talk about, sorry, I did say I would step back. The elements in the hands. The elements in the hands, the channels of elements that move, had the elements in your body, right? The elements that you are made up of in the energetic form come through these 5 channels in your hand. The thumb, the bum, is fire. Fire. Air is the index. Spirit or ether is the middle finger. The ring finger is earth. And the pinky finger is water. If you don't have a notebook with you, go grab one. If you don't know, if you don't want to go grab a regular old notebook and want a notebook that's been crafted for you, you can find one at my shop here, my TikTok shop here. There's a journal called the Inner Light series that you can use to keep track of all of this stuff, as well as the mudras and practices and effects of your chakras and energy, body, and all that good stuff. Okay. I forgot to even talk about my book, but we'll get there in a little bit. Hey, Princess Nix. Like the pentacle. Yes. The pentacle is another like geometry symbol, sacred geometry symbol, right? Symbolism, these symbols that represent all these other things and are interconnected in all these different pieces. So that's a coffee. It's mushroom coffee. I've got mushrooms in there. Princess Nix, the book is great. It's settled in my subconscious. Yay! Okay. Briefly, I will say it briefly, and then we'll get back to talking about the chakras. I did put out a book this year. It's called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. And I talk in here, I use the model of the framework of the chakras to talk about how our systems are essentially hijacked by conditioning. And it's something that every single human goes through. Every single human goes through conditioning. The issue now is that conditioning is intended to manipulate your system to keep you away from your personal power, to keep you feeling lost, to keep you feeling disconnected, away from your connection to God, to source, to your purpose, and all these other things. And it actually wires us to then be triggered by the systems of capitalism and imperialism. So if you're interested in rewiring your system or figuring out how this thing works and why you get triggered by these things and why you just can't stop yourself from buying that thing or why that ad made you feel like that, and if you want to unhook all those little tethers that capitalism and the paradigm have connected to you, that they programmed into you, go grab this book. It is available on Amazon. I better stop saying other platforms before TikTok takes me off the FYP. It's called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. And it is written by moi, Rev Deborah. And coming next year, the biggest thing, yes, it is on Amazon. The biggest thing I'm going to offer next year, we are changing some business stuff, and I'll talk about that later. But the biggest thing next year is if you have this book, and only if you have this book, will you have this QR code. That QR code is going to get you to a monthly Q&A and practice session. It's my gift to anybody who bought this book this year or whenever the heck you buy it. And we'll go every single month. Probably for a little, like an hour and a half, or if not more, where we do practices and I offer up a Q&A for anything you want to ask about the book, any topic you want to dive deeper in, because the purpose of this book was a blueprint, was an overview, was a let's touch on all these pieces so that we can dive deeper with the same framework, right? All right. So, blindly evolving. Yes, correct. All right. You are correct, my friend. So we're talking about the elements. Oh, I just made that hand cartoonishly huge, but there you go. So here we have fire, air, spirit or ether, earth, and water. Okay. This is fun because now we're in turkey hand. Is that active now or wait? It is not active now. It's going to be starting in January. In January, so December, we're doing a 40-day Kriya. I will be live every single day for a full 40 days starting December 1st to January 10th. So we can do the Sat Kriya. We can do the Kriya for Kundalini awakening. It's going to be a really powerful practice and it's going to be a lot of fun to do that. And then after January 10th, I think is when I'll have my first one. Once we finish that Kriya, my plan is to do it the first Saturday of every month. So look for that. And that means that these classes will be changing a little bit. And again, I'll go over all of that stuff a little bit later. We'll talk about business stuff a little bit later. Right now, I really want to get into the upper minor chakras and the hand chakras because I said I would. And last week we didn't talk about them as much. So Big Bang Hank, you typed in energy for sale and a 5-hour energy drink came up. Type in Rev Deborah as well. My name is spelled like Deborah, Deborah. So Rev Deborah, Rev Deborah. It might even work just right. Rev in there too. Well, I post that in the Patreon page, the Smatreon. Yes. I will post all updates on the Smatreon page as best as possible. So you can also go join there for free. So you can get email updates anytime anything changes, alerts, classes, new events, new books. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I added book, then it came up. Awesome. Awesome. Wonderful. I'm glad it's being found. Okay. So the elements in our system go through these 5 channels through the hand: fire, air, spirit, ether, water. So now when we're looking for the minor chakras in our hands, they are directly connected to the elements that are ruled by the actual chakra. So we got it correct over here, blindly evolving. I asked, which chakra do you think the thumb is connected to? It is the solar plexus, because the solar plexus is ruled by the element of fire. You guys want to? I'll quit asking tangent questions. That's okay. I don't mind tangent questions. It helps me get the information peppered in there instead of like diving so deep in here that I forget to talk about anything else. I started this talking about coaching because somebody told me I need to talk about it more. So I actually really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Tracy. Hello, friend. Okay. So let's see. We've got the solar plexus here. So the minor chakra, the thumb, the minor chakra in the hand, if you want to address the solar plexus, use the thumb to do so. Dive, dive, dive. So that means the index finger. Anybody else know? Just I maybe won't go by them directly. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Air, index finger. What element or what chakra is ruled by air? You guys drop a colored emoji, maybe the heart emoji for the color of the chakra, or name that chakra. If my thumb is bothering me, could my solar plexus out of balance? If your thumb is bothering you, the element of fire is incongruent, right? It's out of alignment with the entire system, which can be stored in your solar plexus specifically. It can be a different part of your solar plexus. It could be your kidneys. It could be your liver, that kind of stuff, right? It could be your digestive system. And remember that an imbalance in one of these chakras, for example, an imbalance in my solar plexus, could be created by an imbalance in another chakra. Typically, we want to look below the chakras. So my solar plexus is out of balance. I'm going to look first into my sacral chakra, right? And then second, right above the chakra, into my heart. So what was the finger chakra? What chakra is ruled by the element of air? You guys got it. It is the heart chakra. Heart chakra. So the location of the minor chakra for your heart is in your index finger. User 369044829793773. Can I address fascia? Not at the moment. We're talking about the hand chakras. Feel free, if you have questions that are not related to the topic that we're talking about, you can always send me a message. Feel free to do that. You can also join us in our Discord space where we discuss these things and like go deep all week long whenever anybody has a question or topic. Dog hair, cat hair. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So then we have the middle finger. We've got the thumb is the element of fire and therefore is associated with the solar plexus. Then we've got the element of air through our index finger, and that is associated with, this is the minor chakra that connects to the heart chakra. So then we have the middle finger. Maybe let's skip this one because this one might be a little bit harder. Ether or spirit. Not third eye. Nope. Not crown. How about here? How about the pinky? What's the pinky? What chakra is ruled by the element of water? Do you remember where your water is? Hey, Trent. Wait. Hey, twin. Hey, twin mama. What chakra, which of the major chakras is ruled by the element of water? Anybody remember which one's ruled by the element of water? I bet you know which one is ruled by the element of earth. Not quite, not crown. Nope. Water in your body. This chakra, the chakra ruled by water, is the place where our emotions are brewed, so to speak. It's responsible for mobility in our systems. Hey, Novi, yes, absolutely. It's the sacral chakra. This is the sacral or sacral chakra. Can you see that okay? Sorry, y'all. Let me see if I can move YouTube a little closer. You guys deserve to come. There we go. Is that better? Okay. All right. We got this. Oh, twin mama, you're very welcome. All right. So, nice. So we have the water. Wait, no. Oh, I skipped it. I put it in the wrong spot. Oh my gosh. Why did nobody call me out on that? You guys. Make sure I'm not screwing up. Okay, here we go. The water, the element of water, correct. It is the sacral chakra. So now I saw somebody put it in the chat over here on TikTok already. The element of earth. Which chakra is associated with the element of earth? There you are. Root. The root is on fire. No, it's not. That's the solar plexus. We just talked about that, Dee. Okay, so now, what could that middle finger be? Let me tell you first, there are two more chakras and they're not on the fingertips. Novi, is spirit throat? Correct. So this lends itself to something that we've talked about before as well. These 5 chakras, the solar plexus, heart, throat, root, and sacral, are what I call our matrix chakras. They're the ones that we use to interact with the world. The root grounds us into our existence in our physical being, right? It grounds us into our body. It simply is. It says, I am. These other chakras, sacral, solar, heart, and throat, have an in gate and an exit gate at the sacral and exit at the throat, because this is when we first invite the universe in. Now, this is really interesting, right? We think about it on a material level and you would go, wait, no, I invite the world in when I eat something or drink something, right? On a physical, tangible level, yes. On an energetic level, it's the opposite. We have this micro macro inversions, right? And all the different, like the way this whole thing fractals the universe. You know how it does the thing. Okay. So the first place we request anything from the universe. Let's talk about development really briefly here. And then we'll talk about we'll get the other 2 chakras, right? Our root develops, our root says, I am, I exist. And as soon as something happens, an emotion, a response, an interaction, where do we feel that? Our energy moves from our root up to our sacral. Think about it like this. If you're an infant and you're laying there and you're perfectly fine, your little homeostasis, and then there's a bright light or a big sound, somebody drops something in the kitchen, it's unexpected. What happens? You literally jump, right? Your energy moves where? Does it relax down? No. Anytime you're startled, anytime an emotion arises, anytime what happens, it creates it. It goes from being resting to creation, it pulls up. So that energy moves from your root, where that says, I'm safe, I'm here, I exist, to my sacral, which says, I feel, right? And then we move up to our solar plexus that says, I do, right? And I connect, I have compassion, I feel, and in different capacity here. So our energy moves up to up to our sacral chakra. And this is essentially as infants where we say, come help me. Right? Sound scared me. The light was too bright. I'm feeling cold. I'm feeling hungry. I'm uncomfortable. This is where we cry. This is where we wiggle our bodies around up here in these two chakras, right? This is where we say, can somebody come meet me? Can someone be with me? Can someone shepherd me? Can someone shelter me? And the way that the universe responds to our emotion, to our feel, the way the universe interacts with our feel depends on or will shape the way our energy moves up through these chakras and becomes expressed. So when I later am in my full development, I'm done doing all of my whatever younger developing, the way that I speak, the words that I use, even my volume, and these other things are going to be intimately interconnected with the way that I experienced the universe in these earliest stages of how does the universe respond to my need? And how does the universe respond to my action? Right? Does the universe treat me well? Does the universe show me love? Does the universe show me a lack? Does the universe fight back with me and tell me I'm wrong and bad? Or I shouldn't say the universe, but really my experience of the universe, right? How am I met by the universe? I internalize that and process that through all of these chakras. And then the way that I speak and the way that I am and the way that I believe about the world are all built on top of those things. So your matrix chakras, your earthly chakras are all here in the tips of your fingers. This is why we use mudras, because mudras redirect these energy channels so that we can heal and realign the patterns in our energetic patterns in our systems. So I will offer some mudras today. But first we have two more chakras. Can you guess where the third eye and the crown chakra will be in the hand here? We've already got the solar plexus. The thumb is the solar plexus. The heart is, because this is fire, the element of fire. Air is the index finger, which is the element, which is the chakra of the heart. The middle finger is spirit, which is throat. The earth, or the ring finger is earth, which is the root. And then the pinky is the element of water, which is the sacral chakra. Mental cramps. Wow, interesting. I've been having thumb problems and digestive problems. I see it now. So let me offer a quick, actually, I think one of the mudras I'm offering this month is that. Exactly. Okay, digestive issues. Really good mudra for digestive issues. It quiets the fire in your system. So if your digestive system is way out of balance, especially if it's particularly hot, which means maybe moving quickly or upset or acidic or acid reflux, those sorts of things going on in your system, use the Mushti mudra. If it's slow, there's another mudra that I'll offer. The Mushti mudra is also the mudra for centering, because it literally just kind of like quiets the prana in our system, cools down our system so that we can chill a little bit and center our energy. So it does work for this digestive system, but it also works to just calm the element of fire in your whole system. Again, it's called the Mushti mudra. Tuck your thumb in and close your fingers over top. That's it. Mushti mudra. You want to do this without tension, so you're not squeezing your thumb, you're not pushing it in really hard. Especially if you have Ehlers-Danlos like me, you're not going to reach all the way across your hand palm for that. Just tuck it into your hand and close your fingers. You can hold this mudra with one hand. Specifically, if you're having thumb issues and digestive issues, please use this on the hand that you are having most of the thumb issues. If it's both, use both. If it's too intense of a mudra with both, use one. Make sure that you remember that you are your own guru. Only you can decide what really works for you. I can offer you the tools, and it's up to you to try them out, to sit with them honestly, and to put them aside if they don't actually work for you, right? Mushti mudra. That's for a really hot, really fast digestive system. If you are dealing with a slow or sluggish digestive system, then the Apana mudra is the one you want. The Apana mudra is we take the two center fingers and drop them down like your little I love you sort of deal, right? And then the important piece here is that you place your thumbs on top of the two middle fingers, the nails of the two middle fingers. This creates what I like to call the trap door of the system. This is like letting the bottom drop out of your system, so to speak. So if you're dealing with constipation or really slow digestive system, this can be super helpful. Word to the wise, do not use this right after you've eaten. Do not use this right after you've eaten. Please don't use a mudra that primarily uses the thumb. I encourage after eating, but I encourage you not to use any mudras immediately after eating, because that energy in your system is busy with digestion, not doing this other stuff. Hey, hello, Brian, RevMWC. Okay, so yes, somebody said it before. We have the last two chakras. One is in the palm of the hand and one is at the heel of the hand. So those last two chakras exist right here and right here, just right where the wrist and the palm meet. This is your crown chakra. The crown chakra is right where the hand meets the wrist. That means this is your brow chakra right here in the center. Right in the center. So these, my friends, are the minor chakras in the hands. They are essentially just access to the major chakras here, unlike the knee chakras, which are not associated. Well, the knees are associated with the sacral chakra, but the knees have their own chakras. The reproductive organs in male and female have their own chakras. The belly button has its own chakra. The feet also have correlations to your to your 7 major chakras. And if you want the info on those, remember I have the PDF from that month, which was March, here at this TikTok shop. If you go to this TikTok shop, Move with Change over there, I have PDF downloads for all of the months that we have covered any part of the energy body. And with that, I also offer mudras, asanas, mantras, herbs and stone pairings, nutrition tips, affirmations, all sorts of other tools and cheat codes that I call them for the chakra system, for that part of the chakra system. So go check that out. Please, I encourage you guys, if you are interested in aligning or working with your chakras, or you just feel out of balance at all, go get those PDFs. I've got them at $5.55 on this TikTok shop here. And there's like 3 pages of tools. And it was really, yeah. They're really, really helpful. It's not the end all be all and exhaustive list of things, but if you're like, I don't know where to start, just go pick a PDF for whatever chakra you want to start with, or get each of them and just pick whatever tool you want to start with. Just start somewhere, right? Start somewhere. Start meeting your energy body somewhere. And it doesn't even have to be with those tools. Remember, I always recommend that you spend at least 5 minutes every day just sitting in silence with yourself, just sitting in awe of yourself, of your surroundings, of your energy, right? Of your heart, of your breath. In Lakesh, my friend, how are you? All right. So, minor chakras in the hand. Now you know if you want to address any part of if you want to address any part of your energy body, of your chakra system, you can do that with the minor chakras in the hands. And then let me see what mudras. Last week I did offer 2 mudras, I think. I offered the Mushti Mudra and the Chin Mudra. Both of those work with the element of fire, work with the solar plexus, but both of those are intended for calming or recirculating the element of fire into our systems. Okay. We can talk about mudras in a minute. Leif, challenging times, but I adapt, right? Tracy, can you come up with your own mantras for each chakra? I encourage you to do so. In fact, when you do, in my opinion, that's actually more powerful, because with your own words comes your own intention. And we get very lost in the West thinking that we have to adopt what someone else is doing or do it the way that somebody else has done it, or that that's the only way to do it. And that, again, is an inversion of the truth. The truth is that these tools are not static tools. They are alive and breathing rhythms in your system and in the entire universe. You meet those how you meet those. This is why we say in this space, you are your own guru. Sit, be with that guru, allow that guru to instruct or advise you how to move forward. If you pick up a mantra and it does not resonate with you, trust that feeling. Don't worry about the brain grabbing it and going, well, they said to do it like this. Thank you, Debbie. They said to do it like that, or you should do it like that, or oh, they're only allowed to do it like that, or traditionally we do it like this. If you want to find your truth within these things, these practices and these tools, or within the entire universe, honestly, within your life, you will always have to weigh it on the scales in your heart. Always. That is what you trust. That is what we work towards trusting, right? We work towards being able to hear and feel when those scales in our heart start to tip out of balance. And we're like, wait, that doesn't feel good. Hold on a minute. Let me bring myself back to center. You know how we do that? By finding center. Once we find center, then we know where to get back to. And a lot of us are like, oh no, I've never been centered. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I can't meditate. My brain's all over the place. I'm neurospicy. Guess what? Why I love working with the energy body and why I focus primarily on it for almost everything that I do, including coaching. Yes, I offer coaching. Haha. Including my book. Yes, I wrote a book. Is because it is so simple to find present. Your system wants to be centered. It doesn't take long. For those of you who've been in here for a while and have sat with mudras for a while with us, you'll know how quickly some of these mudras, some of the breath work, some of the intention focused practices will just make you just go. And suddenly the world slows down, and suddenly the mind is quieter, or at least the sound is further away. That is center. That moment of stillness. We are ever moving, right? The only constant in the universe is change, right? Taxes aren't even as certain as change is. Ever constantly, ever fluctuating. We are not meant to stay in one spot the whole time. We're not meant to become stagnant or to stay centered all the time. But as we navigate our lives, maybe we find a way to circle around or to pass through center over and over and over again. And maybe we learn to elongate the time, the experience of being in mindfulness, mindful centered space. And then, of course, the world is still existing and occurring both inside of us and outside of us. And an apple may drop on your head and disturb your mindfulness and your centeredness. Blindly evolving. Just type out a manual for life. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Because ever since I was a little girl, I was like, if someone could just like tell me how this works, I'll figure it out. Like, let's do this. But the world is inverted and backwards and inside out. And it's like, what should go up instead hits you on the head, right? And you're like, wait, how does this work? Because we've been taught the inversion of our truths. The only constant is change. Reminds you of earth seed. I don't know what earth seed is. Peace finds a way. It does. Hold on, let me I'm catching up on some comments here. Glitterbee, this is why that one organization asked you not to go back to them, or isn't it? They say only this. I think you're referring to the experience that I had when I was studying transcendental meditation. I was going to a university for transcendental meditation because they have a lot of other really cool research studies and things going on, and really cool like science side of mindfulness and chakras and things. However, in my very first class there, and I've been in college for years. I started college in 2002. In my very first class, they specifically somebody asked me, because I'm a meditation teacher too, right? So somebody asked me, well, what do you think of TM, transcendental meditation, compared to these other styles of meditation? And I shared my honest opinion, and the teacher in that class specifically said, I need you to not do that. We're trying to teach transcendental meditation here. And transcendental meditation is one, a closed practice, and two, one of those practices that they say, this is the best, it's all you'll need, it's all you'll need ever. And, again, to each their own. To each their own, to each our own, right? Transcendental meditation is a beautiful and powerful practice, but I am never going to put anybody inside of a box or behind a wall and say, this is where you belong, unless it actually resonates with you. And I think that TM does a disservice to those people who are seeking meditation by telling them it's the one and only possible route, because then it limits them from finding the kind of practices that may actually support them even further. Listen to yourself. Listen to your guru. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I'll say again in here, as I say many times, like if anybody out there says to you, I have all the answers, I am the master of all the things, follow me and listen to only what I say, you're probably getting involved in a cult. it's the folly, right? The folly of our gurus can be that when we find the magic of our inner guru, that sometimes ego can become intertwined with that experience. And we suddenly, while we have the more enlightened internal experience, sometimes we can transmute that experience through ego and become, and again, I'm speaking from experience. I'm not talking about those gurus out there do that, but I don't do that. I did that for years. I ran around doing my own internal work and then went out and tried to force it on other people, tried to use it, not tried to, because it wasn't intentional. I thought that I truly had an arrogance that was justified in my experience and in my knowledge and information. Thank you, Andrew. And I had to step outside of that experience, I had to unweave, I had to separate that interwoven piece there. Thank you so much, Andrew. To really get the clarity. Thank you, Liberty. That I have now. Now, again, this is you are your own guru. Find your own clarity. Don't let anybody tell you that there's only one way to do things. Mental cramps. That's so funny. I was just thinking about how I tried to get a TM teacher, but never got a response. It is a very closed practice, and but you also hear there's a lot of information from people who have been in TM or even raised in TM and then come out and they'll share with you the secrets of TM, of openly share. But when you take the practice, the training, you have to basically promise never to share. And again, I'm so not for gatekeeping, and what they're gatekeeping is not something that's dangerous for everybody to have. In fact, it's a very powerful practice, but that gatekeeping is a marketing tool for their organization. So it's like hiding your recipe, from the world, which I get it. KFC, if you want to be KFC of meditation, be the KFC of meditation and have your secret recipe, and that's okay. But that's not for everybody. Again, it kind of lends itself to a mental and an energetic. It lends itself to an energetic experience that says, I'm special, they're not. I have a secret, they don't. Any sort of stuff that does that to us, I avoid that kind of stuff. I sit outside of it and look at it and in it, maybe get in and experience it and get back out, right? Because I'm not interested in putting walls around our experience. I don't think that's how we thrive. Then your alignment. I'm glad you have an alignment coach. Nice. Tangential, what's that? Oh, Bryn. Tell me you can still tell me what Earthseed is, though. Tracy, I have yet to master meditating outside of the shower without falling asleep, even sitting up. There's something about the water that keeps me aware enough not to fall asleep. Beautiful insight for yourself there, Tracy. So I have so many awesome tools for meditation. Yeah, let me, okay, so here's a practice that I really love. It's a little unconventional, but it's the one I actually learned from one of my favorite artists. I am a huge fan of Salvador Dali's artwork. I always have been. And what he used to do was that he would sit in a meditation, actually, and he would essentially get himself to fall asleep, right? He'd sit in a meditation until he got himself to fall asleep, but he would do so holding the edge of a spoon. He would hold an edge of a spoon, like between his fingers or something like that, on the edge of his armchair, right? So he's sitting in his chair like so, and he waits. And as soon as that drops, it brings him back. And he painted what he saw in that space. So one of my favorite early practices for my meditation was to do exactly that. I would hold a spoon, and then you love Salvador Dali too. And then when it would fall, right, it would alert my system to come back to life. Tracy, we can talk about this for a second if everybody's interested in it, because meditation is such a powerful practice. And in terms of finding center, like we were talking about before, one of my favorite ways to find center is these moments of meditation. And if you learn how to and where that feeling of center is, you can access it over and over and over again, right? It's oftentimes just that first experience of it. The spoon trick. Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense about his paintings, right? That's why they look like that, because he was painting his subconscious space. He was painting his what I consider the dream journey space, right? That we can go into. You'll try that tonight. Yay. Okay, so the other thing about meditation too, if you're falling asleep during meditation, do your meditation where you're not propped up. And I know that's hard for some of us, especially like I've got a disability up here that prevents me from sitting in the same position for a long time, or my legs go numb. So I do have to limit the amount of how long I meditate for without readjusting. But if you can meditate without leaning against something for a while without being in pain, that I can show you how to do as well. You do that all the time with your phone, Novi, and not on purpose. That's really cute. Okay, so meditation posture. Let's talk briefly about meditation posture, and then we'll go back to the minor chakras. We'll talk about the shoulder chakras and the soul star chakra, and we'll talk about a practice to align all three of those. And maybe we'll sit with a meditation so we can use our new posture here, right? Speaking of, I've got a line. No, you're not throwing me off course. You're offering really awesome tools for myself, for me to share, for anybody else who has a similar feeling about meditation, especially as we're talking about finding balance and finding that centered space and wanting to be in that centered space so we can hear our guru and let our guru lead. How the hell do I get there if I don't know what peace or centeredness looks like or feels like? I guarantee you have already fluctuated through it at some point during your day or during your practices, depending on what practices you've been doing or how long you've been doing them or what you do during your day. Thank you all for the follows. Remember that TikTok likes to unfollow you from me after you follow me. So feel free to repeatedly follow me a couple of times. You might need to. Okay, so this is not the favorite posture of most people, but it is a posture for meditation, especially if you often fall asleep or often find yourself slouching. And I actually need to change my posture because I have been talking to you guys like this and aggravating my own Mac. Okay. You're very welcome. Okay. Okay. So, yes, thank you, Glitterbee. Yeah, this is much more of a fluid space, right? This is not a this is our Q&A session. This is our let's talk about this stuff. My business changes that are changing next year actually are, and I'll talk about those in a little bit after we talk about meditation and get into the chakras. But you'll see a little bit of changes next year. Probably these will be a little bit shorter because this is the really big free thing that I offer. And I need you guys, if you guys have benefited from anything that I've done, if you guys have benefited from the classes or the information or the practices I've offered, and you appreciate that at all, I would really appreciate personally some support over on my TikTok shop over here. Grab a membership, support me for a little while so that we can make sure that the income is sustainable. I have to seriously reconsider whether or not this is sustainable going into next year, because after 3 years of teaching online for free, or after 3 years of teaching online and offering my services, I'm not yet making enough to sustain myself and my son. And we don't need a lot. So I'm actually going to make a video that's explaining what I need to continue doing these free classes next year. What's the minimum I need to keep doing these free classes next year in terms of memberships, just for like a quick little, I have 13,000 followers here on TikTok. If every one of you gave me $5 or $1, 13,000 something, we'd be good for a little while. I could fix my truck. I could fix the things that the person broke in my RV. Like I could get my son some winter clothes, right? And if everybody did a $5 membership for even just a couple of months, like this is the thing that I need to get us up to the next tier, so I can keep offering these classes without using so much of my time and not generating a sustainable revenue. So thank you all for hearing me. We don't come here strictly to download. Light worker healer, so nice. I got to run into you too, my friend. Welcome, welcome. You could be a cult leader? No, thank you. I couldn't. In fact, we were just kind of talking about these things, right? In here is that like the way that I operate is the antithesis, is the opposite of that cultist sort of thing, because I'm not gatekeeping. We are not a enclosed container. We are not my way is the only way. I am not your guru and don't have no interest in being. In fact, I am encouraging you and offering tools and practices for you to discover the inner guru inside of you. This is why the reason I'm doing that is because there's 1,000,001 other structures out there of people telling you they're the master, they're the guru, they know how to do it, and they have all the answers for you. It's an inversion of the truth. What's really inside of you is the truth, is the whole universe. And there's no truth that exists outside of you that can be your truth without you experiencing it inside of you. So the inversion of being able to, that truth keeps us from our personal power, keeps us from our energetic sovereignty, keeps us clamoring and attached to each other, to material things, to fear, to lower vibrational kind of energies in our systems, repeatedly fluctuating through us. And we wonder why we're unwell, and we wonder why we're diseased, because we live in a paradigm, we live in a system that has inverted and turned upside down and inside out the truth of what and who you are, so that you remain powerless. What you can't control a self-actualized person. You cannot manipulate a self-actualized person in the same way that you can control and manipulate somebody who's still vibrating in this place of fear and shame and guilt and doubt. It's much harder to find your personal power if you doubt whether or not you even have personal power. And if everywhere you look in the world, everybody's telling you you have no personal power, you can't know anything on your own, you can't be wise until you're fucking old. You have to get a certification to make sure to show that you are an expert or whatever and have knowledge on these things. You can't just be, you're not just valuable by yourself. You don't just deserve shelter and water and food because you fucking exist. No. Here we go, TikTok. Detected inactivity. Yeah, right. While the comments and the hearts are popping on the fucking chat. Sure. TikTok doesn't want me to tell you this. The other platforms don't want me to tell you this. I realized today, I was sitting there thinking about this today. Why is it that no matter how much I try to push this content out and keep talking about these things, why does it seem to like resonate over here with a different wavelength? And I'm like, because it is a different wavelength than the actual system. And we're trying to get out of that wavelength, this wavelength, and over to this one. So the system and people and those of us who are stuck in this wavelength over here are like, what's that weird sound, right? The first time you hear an interesting instrument that you've never heard before, and you're like, what the hell is that? And then you find the music in it, right? You find the alignment in it. So thank you all again for sitting with me for that for a minute here. We were going to talk about thank you so much, everybody, for your support and your love and your encouragement. So that said, lastly, I'll say it one last time. If you've benefited from anything, if you like what I'm doing, if you want to support what I'm doing and sharing this information with the world, go grab at least a $5 membership over there. And I have everything from a $5 membership up to, like I said, 40-day intensive coaching practices, right? We have replay memberships. I've got a class membership that's going to be kind of shifting next year from group coaching to more practice sessions together. I'm going to be offering next year, I'm going to be pouring a lot more energy into anybody on a membership. And then I will still offer probably a little bit of free stuff because I want to always have an open door to the public, right? And then we've also got this book here. If you want to support me this way too, I wrote a book called Energy for Sale. If you want to understand how your system gets hijacked by this paradigm and how it actually, the narrative gets written into your system so that you can't, so you stay without personal power. If you want to learn how to reclaim your energetic sovereignty, it's called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. And I go through bullet points, quick run through a lot of this information so that we can dive deeper in the Q&A sessions, the monthly Q&A sessions and practice sessions that I'm going to be starting offering next January. This is available on the place with the smiley box. I can't say. Good luck finding it. Sorry. But you can send me a DM and I'll send you a link, or you can go to my BIO, all those places where TikTok can't tell me I can't send you. Okay. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for going and grabbing a membership so I can keep offering this because I fucking love it. And I hear so often how much you all appreciate it. And I would like to keep doing that. So let's work together to make that happen. Yay. Okay. So meditation, briefly, let's talk about meditative posture. If you are falling asleep in meditation and you want, if you're falling asleep in meditation, here is my favorite way to get into meditation, one, and then my favorite way to find that sensation of centeredness, to find center in your system. I'm going to offer these two practices. So I invite you to either sit on your knees, as I'm doing here. Sit on your knees with your heels underneath your bottom. You can also open your heels a little bit. So if you're flexible like me, you open your heels and sit with your bottom there, or you can sit on your toes up a little higher. Any of these practices, if you have the flexibility to do that, feel free to do that. If that does not work for you for meditation, I really don't recommend sitting in a chair with your legs hanging down. It's not the most ergonomic thing. So if you can find a space, a place to sit cross-legged as best you can, hold on now, go find a pillow. Go find a little pillow if you have a little pillow, or a big pillow if you don't have a little pillow.
Oh, it's like kitty. Oh, it's like kitty.
Okay. Thrift stores are my favorite places to find cute little pillows, and I have a million of them. This is not the cutest of them, but this is the one we're going to use for today. You can use a small pillow like this. You can use a big old pillow like this. All of these things are fine. So what you need, what we need this for, is to put this under your bottom. If you have no pillows at all, I'll show you how to get this alignment anyway. So we're sitting cross-legged as best you can. You can cross your ankles just like regular crisscross applesauce when we were kids, right? It's a little raspberry. Or if that doesn't feel good for you, you can open your legs a little bit more and just push your feet out. Can you guys see this okay? Let me adjust the cameras here to make sure that everybody can get a good, I know we don't have a lot of room here. Okay, so either we're cross-legged like so, Or you can move your feet out a little bit like that to create a wider base. I actually really like this position much more for meditating because I have neuropathy. So if I'm doing this and those legs are crossed, I often will end up with a numb foot or toes at the very least. So opening it up like this keeps those places from crossing. Can you hold on for just a minute and then you can come up? I'm sorry. Okay. Alternatively, obviously, you can also do things like half lotus or full lotus. If you want to twist up like so, you're less likely to go numb in this position just because of the pressure points and the nerve bundles that cross over. There's also fire log pose. I'm just offering any of these so you can find a leg position that works for you. Fire log pose is where you have one knee out and the other knee stacks right on top of the ankle. So you have an ankle and a heel on this side on that knee, and then the other knee on the other one. This may be good for you if you have nice flexible hips. It may be really super tight for you if you don't have flexible hips. So again, this is why you are your own guru, right? You are your own guru. Pick a leg position. Fire log, loose fire log, we'll call this. Cross-legged, or half lotus or full lotus. Find your leg position. Now, once you find your leg position, lean forward, get that pillow, and stuff it under your bottom. Stuff it under your bottom. Not all the way, but more under your butt cheeks. Make sure it's more under your butt cheeks, okay? Lean forward and then sit back. What you'll notice is that the pillow there keeps your coccyx, keeps the tailbone nice and curved. Now you have the natural curve of your hips and the natural curve of your spine to keep you from slouching, to keep you aligned, to keep you nice and keep you from having low back pain. There we go. Okay, so this is just the start though. Now we have our knee position or our leg position, right? I'm going to loosen up. Like I said, this is my favorite one. So I did say that if you don't have a pillow, I'm going to offer an alternative, right? So let's say you don't have a pillow. So take out your pillow real quick. Throw it away, not too far. You might want that back. If you don't have a pillow and you're just stuck with you and you want to meditate, find a leg position, lean forward, grab a hold of the very top of your thighs, the very bottom of your butt cheeks, and roll them out. Roll those thighs towards the back. Roll them out. Now slowly sit back. Do you feel that? Feel how your tailbone has that curve in it. It's a little less because you don't have the pillow underneath, but this is now you can decide that pillow, maybe it was too much of a curve for your low back. So this by itself, hey, AI, ow? Is that literally AI sending a comment in the text in the comments? That's weird. That was in response to how to find your book, A Manual for Life. I love that you guys are calling it a manual for life. The blueprint for life. Oh, I think it is. Anyway, okay, so here we are. Meditative posture, okay? You can stay here, but if you took your pillow out and you want to put it back under your bottom, go ahead and do that. I like to do that. I like my pillow. Again, your pillow is more under your butt cheeks than it is under your actual root chakra. Your pillow is not right underneath your pelvic floor. It's back this way, so it tips your tailbone out just a little bit. All right. Now that you have your leg position, now that you have the tailbone tipped a little bit with your pillow or by rolling your thighs out, we're going to align the rest of our upper body. And I like to do this with 3 deep breaths. That first deep breath, inhale through the nose and pull it all the way to the belly. And sometimes when you take this breath, you have to focus, especially if you're not used to breathing into your belly. It's okay to like intentionally push your belly button out as you inhale. Feels weird? That's okay. Exhale and pull the belly button in. Move your focus to your next inhale. Inhale the breath. And inhale the breath and open the rib cage. Expand the rib cage in all directions, front, sides, and back. Try taking that breath. Inhale, the whole rib cage. You might even get a couple of little pops in your rib joints or in your back. Exhale and allow that rib cage to gently fall back down over your lungs. With this next breath, inhale just right into the heart space. Lift through the top of your head. And as you exhale, gently tuck your chin. Allow your shoulder blades to melt down your back. At this point, I like to offer maybe little wiggles in case I have some tension stuck somewhere, in case something still feels uncomfortable. So once we've found our meditative posture, we have our legs in the preferred position. We have a pillow under our bottom, or at least our tailbone curved, our low back curved, just tipped a little bit, hips tipped a little bit to curve the lower back. We have our belly button intentionally pulled in, but also expanding with the breath. If this piece is too much focus, takes too much focus to breathe into your belly while you're meditating, then just focus on the heart. You want your heart leading. So heart forward is different than shoulders back, right? Yeah. Shake those shoulders out. Lift your heart and gently tuck your chin. Tucking your chin tilts the crown chakra directly up towards the sky, up towards the cosmos. Shoulder blades relaxing down the back. Elbows nice and loose. In this posture, again, we're talking about if you struggle with meditation or you're struggling to stay awake during meditation, try using this one for your meditations. And if you're an experienced meditator, then try for as long as you feel like it. If you're new to meditating, start with 3 minutes, just paying attention to your breath. If you then move to 5 and then increase, obviously, as much as you would like to do so. The experience of being fully immersed in a meditative state and your body still being erect, how does this happen? In the West, we have this like conception, right? That when we fall asleep is when our body completely relaxes, right? And we think about walking around and doing the things during our day that our muscles tense and release. We think our body is doing all of this, right? This muscle tense and release, which it is. But as we talk about a million times over in here, there's a big difference between tension and intention. When we sit in our posture in meditation, you sit with intention and you release all tension. Oh, Tracy, my body definitely doesn't relax when I sleep. I grind my teeth so bad. Oh, hon, what is... I might actually have a mudra for you. I think the Mahasirsa mudra is also a mudra for like TMJ and jaw tension stuff. So let me see, Tracy. I always set my intention on my breathing consciously when we are sleeping. Breath goes down to stoma. Yes. You're the best. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. So I do this. I consciously do this awake and focus on my hearing, listening to the sounds around to get me into, yes, Mystic. I'm so glad you said that. You were already hearing my wavelength, right? So this is what we're going to offer here is that we found our meditative posture now, right? We focus on the rib cage expanding, the belly slowly moving in and out. You want nice, full, deep breaths, the chin gently tucked. My favorite way to get the rest of myself into this meditative centered state is to do a sensory cessation. So I like to start, depending on how busy my mind is, let's start there. If you're very, very, very busy in your brain when you sit down to meditate, especially if you're choosing to meditate because you're already having a big experience or a big emotion, then I encourage you to start with visuals. Start by looking for things in your immediate environment that you can focus on. I like to choose colors. I like to choose things with different textures, right? You look at them, look at them, give them all of your focus, all of your attention. Then you look to another one, look to another one. Once you do this several times, there are other practices that are a lot like this. I forget what the rapid eye movement ones are. So once you've done that several times, your body will start to indicate to you, like you might take a big breath, or maybe you'll yawn, or you're kind of feel the energy start to relax a little bit. When that happens, then go ahead and close your eyes. The reason I suggest that is because if you close your eyes too soon and your mind is like screaming barrel of monkeys running all over the place, cats fighting and dogs, herding, and I don't know, who knows what. I've got a herd dog here. Okay. If that's the case and you close your eyes, what do we often know happens is that it becomes amplified. I know that for me, and I know that a lot of people also have this experience that I've heard feedback from others, right? That when we close our eyes, that that inner voice, those inner voices become amplified. So we want to make sure that we quiet that monkey mind down first, and we can do that by rapid eye movement. Just choose an object. So we'll go ahead and do this. Choose an object. Let's do it by the colors. Choose something that's red. Find something that's red. Give it all of your attention, all of your focus. Like burn a hole through that thing with your stare. All that, all of your attention, all of your focus. Notice the texture, notice the size. If there's a sound that goes with it, listen for the sound that goes with it, even if it's not making a sound right now, right? Don't think too much about it. Just sensory experience. What does that thing feel like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What does it look like? Sound like? Red, orange. Find something orange in your space. What does it feel like? What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it taste like? What does it smell like? Yellow, something yellow in your space. Let your eyes soak up that color. All of your attention, all of your focus. Yellow, yellow. Green, something green in your space. Find something green. All of your attention, all of your focus on something green in your space. All of your attention, all of your focus. Notice if your body starts to tense up again. See, I just caught myself. My shoulders were pulling up. My hand was clenching. So go ahead and take a deep breath. Relax the tension again. And then return to that green thing. All of your attention, all of your focus. No tension in your body. All of your attention, all of your focus on the green thing in your environment. Blue, look for something blue. All of your attention, all of your focus, let your eyes absorb that frequency of that color. That your eyes seeing that color is a wavelength that's touching your eyes. That blue thing is not separate from you. There's a wavelength that is transmitted between the two, between your eyes and that thing. You're seeing a wavelength of light that's reaching the cornea in your eyeballs. So absorb it. Feel that color blue as it absorbs into your eyes, as those wavelengths touch your eyes. And then we'll go ahead and move to something purple, Start wearing purple, the monkey mind. Purple. All of your attention, all of your focus on something purple. And if you need more color or more objects to quiet the mind, feel free to use those. If not, if you're ready, go ahead and close your eyes and listen for the sound that's as far away as you can possibly perceive. The furthest away sound. Remember to keep your chin tucked and your top of your head reaching towards the cosmos. Continue to breathe, release any tension in your system, and listen for the furthest away sound you can hear. All of your attention, all of your focus on the furthest away sound. On your next inhale, take a big deep breath and move your awareness now to a sound that's just outside the room you're in or the building you're in. If you can hear just outside the space that you are in, listen for the sounds just outside the space you are in. Maybe it's the next room, maybe it's outside a window. All of your attention, all of your focus on the sounds just right there. Anytime you notice tension, just let it go without any judgment, any shame, any guilt, any story. On your next inhale, move your attention all the way to the sound of something inside your space. Move your attention to the sound of something inside your space. All of your attention, all of your focus on the sound of something inside, directly inside the room that you were in, the space that you were in. All of your attention, all of your focus. And bring your awareness to the sound of your breath. All of your attention, all of your focus on the sound of your breath, just your inhale and your exhale. Letting everything else fall away, including my voice, just the sound of your breath. Just the sound of your breath. Everything else falls away. On your next inhale, move your awareness now to the sound of your own heart beating. Listen with full intent to hear the sound of your own heart beating. As you listen to the sound of your own heart beating, again, releasing tension, checking your posture by lifting the top of your head, gently tucking your chin, lifting the heart forward so the shoulder blades can melt down the back, releasing any tension. Nothing more, nothing less than the sound of your own heartbeat. I encourage you to stay in that space as long as you would like to. Whenever you are ready to come out of that space, I encourage you to rub your palms together and cup them over your eyes before fluttering your eyes open underneath your palms. So that sound, sensory, can get you into that place of centered. Your energy body is actually really easy to realign. It's that because of our patterns, because of our habits, because of the rhythms. I was trying to find another word for pattern because of the patterns that are woven into our systems. What happens is we consistently pull ourselves out of balance. Your natural state is in balance. Your natural state is balance. It is only through our fear, our guilt, our shame, our emotional triggers and habits, right? These energetic cycles that we go through that keep patterning in our lives. These are the ways in which we pull ourselves out of balance, but your system is actually ready and primed to be in balance, to come back to balance. This is why I suggest starting your day with 5 minutes, just like that. Sure, you can do it right when you wake up. You can do it a few minutes after. You can end your day like that if that works better for you. I like first thing when that alarm goes off or when I first wake up to spend 5 minutes doing just that. Usually I start not with my eyes open, but with my eyes closed. Instead, keeping them closed, I listen to the sounds all around me. Yes, I know that sometimes we fall back asleep, which is why I have a snooze alarm for those days. Meditation is a personal practice. The more you sit with it, the more it will resonate within you. And that's just that simple. It's just a space that we get comfortable being in. It's a space that we return home to after a whole day of running ourselves all over the place, right? Yeah, Tracy, first thing I do is shower before everyone wakes up, and it's quiet and meditative in there. It is a really good space for meditation. All love. I'm going to mute you, unfortunately, because that's not appropriate way to address somebody in a public space or in a live. There are literally websites and other places for those things if you have kinks that you would go like to explore. But coming into somebody's personal space or space that's totally unrelated to that and asking for such a thing is quite obtuse and shows what? A big imbalance in the solar plexus, because our solar plexus is our space for connection, for intimacy, for closeness. It's our connection, it's our space for creativity and playfulness too. But this is where our experience of emotion and of passion and intimacy and reproduction, where all of those things, attraction, those sorts of things occur, live within the sacral chakra space. So when someone has an obsession with those things, we're talking about an excessive energy in the solar plexus, or excuse me, in the sacral chakra. It can be an excessively groping energy, an energy that needs to consume and consume and consume, energy that needs to put that feeling, that intimacy, that passion, to bring it into every single situation that they're in, or as often as they can. That is an out of balance in the sacral chakra. It's also out of balance in the solar plexus. It's the arrogance to believe that it's appropriate and okay for you to be obtuse or inappropriate with other people, which says that you have energy that's excessive in the solar plexus because you believe that your will or you have the authority over others to do such things. So I always appreciate people who come in and offer us an opportunity to chakra analyze, right? We're not psychoanalyzing, we're chakra analyzing in here. So feel free to stop in, trolls. If you're trolling and you're not sure whether or not you should come into this space, if you're looking for somebody to mess with, come on in and we will point out which chakras are out of balance for you so we can help you find alignment again. But if you come and repeat that stuff in the chat, like this is your chat and like you're demanding my attention, I'm just going to mute you. Just like in a classroom setting or just like in a movie theater, even if you come in and demand everybody pay attention to you, you get ushered out of that space because this is not the space for it. Now, if you want to have your own live or to come in to teach us something cool or whatever, like, well, we can have those discussions. But for the purpose of like taking the conversation or the focus elsewhere, it's just It's just misalignment. It's just misalignment. We can take it away from judgment instead of saying it's bad or it's good or it's rude or it's whatever. We don't have to use any of those qualifying and emotionally charged terms. We can simply say, oh, wow, thank you so much for showing the imbalances in our system, showing how the imbalances in our system manifest. It's really cool because you can see it obviously out there in the world. When you know how this looks, when you know what out of balance chakras look like, you see it everywhere. The reality is I don't know a single person in my life with a completely aligned and balanced chakra system. Why is that? Because as we were saying before, your energy system is super malleable. It is ever changing, ever moving. So you want to find center? It's there in your system waiting for you to just kind of settle into it. And your system is then also exciting and interacting with things and resting and relaxing and receiving and doing all of this stuff all of the time. Your energy body is so dynamic. That means that the gift of that means that at any point you can bring yourself to peace, you can bring yourself to alignment, you can transmute any of the energies, the emotions and things that run through you so that you can use that energy for self-actualization, for something that's powerful and beautiful in the world. I don't know. Conversely, we can use our energy to harm others. And in the West, most of us have been taught to use our energy to harm others. We've taught that love hurts, that arrogance gets you clout. I don't know. It's such a weird inversion. It's such a weird inversion. Such a weird inverted world that we live in. So, twin mama, my nighttime bath, I sit in silence and meditate with Epsom salts. I love that. Hey, here's a thing that I really like. I'm not even an affiliate for them. I should totally try to go ask them if I can be an affiliate for them because I really love them and I don't ever really push any products unless I actually really, really like them. There is a company called Flewd, 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 Flewd. They sell Epsom salts, but they're Epsom and they're like magnesium and a couple other things. They have scented and non-scented, and they're like, I've used Epsom salt for years. This kicked up my Epsom salt game. And they have like sad smashing and like depression busting and like anxiety busting, that kind of stuff. Like they have stuff that has not just magnesium, but they have also other minerals, I think, or other minerals and something else maybe in them. I don't remember exactly what they have, but I encourage you, if you love Epsom salts and if you're an Epsom salt person, go try them out. They offer subscriptions and they offer bundles and things like that. If there was an in-person store, I'd be like, tell them I sent you. Maybe they'll give me a discount. Nice. Flewd, yes. Bryn, I appreciate your time. Just showed up as I was, mindlessly scrolling. That's my favorite, though. And that's why I do these lives on Saturdays, is because I know that I get caught mindlessly scrolling, through social media during the week. And I ask myself during the week, what is it that I want? What is it that I would need? What is it that I would be looking for? What would make me stop? Right? What would make me stop? What would make me stop is chakra stuff, energy stuff. What would make me stop is a space that is welcoming and safe, is a playful kind of silly sort of exploration of otherwise pretty serious topics. We go serious and deep in here, but we always make sure we got shenanigans to go with it. Because, and I got to make a video about this the other day because somebody was talking about it. Because on my path, the closer I have gotten to God, the more of my experience that I have had in direct relationship with Source, the more laughter I hear. My deepest and most profound experiences in meditation through my evolution and enlightenment process have been filled with a kind of joy that I don't know the word. It expands in your heart in such a way that it's energy. But that thing where the Grinch's heart grew 3 times that day, have you ever experienced that? That's a genuine experience. When source fills your vessel so fully that you can feel it brimming with, there's laughter, there's chills. Yes, it's the state of bliss, the state of samadhi, the state of reaching that higher space. The closer I get to God, the closer I get to, and I can't even say closer to enlightenment, because enlightenment is something that we do. We are enlightening ourselves. It's an action more than a place that we arrive. But as I continue enlightening myself, the more the universe is playful and laughing with me, not at me. Yes, that's the feeling of grace, true joy, chills and tears. I don't know why I couldn't say that. I resonate with that. It's never been easier to smile, laugh, cry, empathize. Yeah. Yeah. I have cried probably more in the last 4 years of being on my journey at this stage of my journey. As I've said before, I operated an ego for a long time. And I can admit that, right? Because this is growth and this is honesty and this is authenticity. This is the way it looks. That we don't become wise by saying, "Oh, I knew this all along." We become wise by saying, "Oh, wow, I really fucked that up for a while." Oh, okay. Well, let me learn from that and let me carry that lesson forward and let me bring more light, more awareness to that part of my life. That's what enlightenment is just bringing more awareness to these different parts of our lives. Yeah, I was operating that place before. I was operating in ego before. I was operating in arrogance before. I was operating thinking that I had all the answers for everybody and thinking that if I just told everybody what I saw and perceived and understood and knew, then they'd fix it. Right? I was the classic Virgo who was like, "Oh, I know what's wrong with you. Let me fix it." But that literally brought me to the edge of my life. I had the year before I shifted gears so significantly, downshifted severely. I had 2 seizures in a year. I was on medications that weren't good for me, that I didn't actually need, because it's energetic. It's always energetic. And we learn how to use this system properly, then the other symptoms all start to fall away. Leif, self-mastery doesn't mean we will never face another challenge, feel upset, or confused. This, right? Life offers a single constant: change. How you move with it is the magic. This is why, again, why am I moved with change? Because through coaching, through classes, through teaching, through books, through whatever the heck shenanigans, I hope to inspire movement. I hope to inspire movement of breath, movement of body, movement of being, so that you can learn to dance with life, not just keep getting hit in the face by it. Right? Life either moves through you or it happens to you. What's the difference there? Tension. It's actually that easy. Tension. You want to learn to move with life, to be more flexible, to ride those waves, to bend and sway with the deep roots to stay grounded and the flexible branches to weather any storm. Check your breath. Notice the way you're holding your being, your body. Find the maybe. Find the moment of shenanigan. Find the moment of awe, right? Tracy, do you think plants have a type of energy system like chakras? Yes. Yes. So, one of my favorite herbalists, The term, or the saying lately has been going around social media. The thing that people say, what radicalized you, right? It's like a sound, I think, that's what radicalized you. And so now it keeps playing in my head, and I keep being like, what radicalized me? Oh, that herbalist. Oh, this other book. Oh, this, like, I've got a million things that that radicalized me. But there is an amazing book on this topic, and it's called The Secret Teachings of Plants, not The Secret Life of Plants, The Secret Teachings of Plants. And it's by Stephen Herod Buhner. 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 The Secret Teachings of Plants. He is absolutely by far my favorite herbalist of all time. Partially in a lot because of this book. This was the introductory book that I read of his, The Secret Teachings of Plants. And there's 2 parts to the book. The first part, which is very scientific and very matter of fact and very logical. And then the other piece is the very spiritual or emotional or personal experience of his journey of enlightenment and his learning about plants and building a relationship that ultimately led him to become the herbalist that he is. And he talks in depth about the energetics of plants, about how we have a relationship with plants and with the earth, and how we energetically interact with all of these things, that plants will and can communicate directly to you. If you've ever seen people do videos with trees and their house plants and whatnot, you absolutely can interact with plants. This was the foundation for my starting into herbalism, and also how I operate as an herbalist too. So if you want to get into that sort of energetics of plants, more so than looking at dandelion is good for the liver. Right, but the energetic of dandelion may also, which also amplifies the solar plexus, could be not so great for your system if your solar plexus feels like this. So this is why I say, if you come get coaching with me through this TikTok shop here, or DM me for a way to get there, you get access to all the things that I do, and they're all intertwined, because we know that your system is not this box here and this box here and this box here and that box there, but energy, your energy body goes through every and all aspect of this, right? And so it's all interconnected, and it's all interconnected through the energy system. Tension. Thank you, Tracy. I'm going to pin you right here. Pin this comment. Secret Teachings of Plants by Stephen Herod Buhner. It's actually Stephen. Okay. Twin mama, tension like a tightrope. I saw it in my mind. The difference, right? The difference between, what did I say? What was the word that I said? The difference between alignment, centeredness, and feeling out of balance is just tension. And as we talked before, there's a difference between intention and tension, but it's actually a really important distinction to be aware of. And we can do this together. Remember, your brain is programmed by the narrative, by the culture, by all of these things that tell you this stuff is bullshit, that you don't have any answers, you don't have any personal strength, that you got to go outside for all that shit. So we have to re-educate the mind, right? So to re-educate the mind on these concepts, we can do them. I really like to use somatic practices, right? I want to see them. I want to feel them. I want to understand this. What do you mean the difference between tension and intention? I'm going to have to scoot everything back so we can stand up together. If you have the space to stand up with me, I encourage you to do so. We're going to experience in our bodies the difference between tension and intention. Some somatic practices are too much for you. I totally understand. This is, and I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one if this one becomes, if this one is too intense for you. So this one is simply a balancing practice, and you don't have to be good at balancing at all, but we're just going to experience the difference between tension and intention. My favorite way, again, to do this one is by standing on one foot. So whether or not you're good at balancing, it's probably better if you're not really great at balancing, okay? Let's start by standing on one foot. You can stand on one foot any way that works for you. As you're trying to find balance, as your body is adjusting to try to find balance to keep you from falling, what happens? What are you experiencing in your muscles? But a constant tense and release, right? Tense and release. You feel your body trying to be like, oh shit, fuck, oh, let's not. I fell anyway. Okay. There's the tension. There's tension in your system. Your system is doing what? It's trying to find center. Yes? You're trying to find balance, center. Your body, to find balance, to get you to center, is using tension to keep you closer to center, right? So every time you off center, that tension comes back in. That means that if we can find center, when you finally find balance, where does all that tension go? When you finally find balance, where does all that tension go? All that's left is intention. And we can do this with the mudras as well. It all goes away, especially if you aren't good at balancing. That analogy really works well because those little moments where you do find balance for a split second, you notice it, right? You're tense all over the fucking place. And then you're like, oh, damn. Right? There's a difference. You can feel it. So how do we do this with our mudras? The difference between tension and intention. Leif, do I have a mudra to de-static your body? It's out of control. I'm being shocked a dozen times over. No. And if you figure one out, please tell me, because my energy system tends to be, I get shocked all the time. I'm always charged. That's funny, Leif. Aw, thank you, Blindly Evolving. I'll pin you there too. Thank you guys for the support. Tapping, gifts, all that stuff does help TikTok send out the live. Shit. I was going to tell you guys about doing a raffle, and I totally forgot to do the raffle today. So don't worry about it. I mean, we're only an hour or two in, aren't you? Right? Melts like the Buddha. Okay. So thank you, Andrew. So okay, I have to realign myself so that I'm not staring at you guys at an angle anymore as I was earlier. That'll do. That will do. Okay, so. Hey, Biffy, how are you? Tension and intention. An easy way to do it without doing another way to do it without getting on your feet and doing balancing acts, right, is the difference between tension and intention in your mudra. Let's use the Mushti Mudra. The Mushti Mudra is a mudra for centering. It's also calming to the fire element in your system. It basically like turning down the fireplace sort of deal in your system. Chilling out. There you go. So this mudra is done like so. We're going to experience the difference between tension and intention in a mudra. So the mudra is done simply by tucking your thumb inside your palm and closing your fingers over top. This is the Mushti Mudra, the mudra for centering. I really like this one. So I can feel, all right. When we hold our mudras with tension, what does that look like? That means I'm squeezing my thumb. Ooh, I made it pop. That means I'm squeezing my thumb and I can feel that tension through my wrist. I can feel that tension through my arm. I can even feel that tension up here after a while. And I know for a fact that if I am squeezing my fist like this and squeezing my thumb, it doesn't matter how relaxed I try to remain. That is tension, and tension does not belong in your system. That's important. Your system is not designed to maintain tension. It doesn't belong in your system for very long, right? It's like fight or flight. You need it, but it only lasts for a little bit, and then you come back to center. So if I am using tension, holding my mudra, I am certain that I cannot hold my mudra very long. Now, relax that mudra, shake it out. If I have no tension in my mudra, but no intention in my mudra either, this is all I have, huh? No intention, no tension. Where's my intention then? My intention is in the practice itself. And I can hold it without tension. In yoga, one of the most difficult poses, this is fun, one of the most difficult poses is actually Shavasana. Do you know Shavasana, corpse pose? Laying on your back with your arms by your side? What do you mean? The laying down on your back, relaxed, is the most difficult pose in yoga. Because the peak pose, the expert, I forget what the word I'm looking for is. That pose, when done perfectly, I guess, you have what you can put your head on a chair and your feet on a chair with a gap in between. Your system is supposed to be only intention remaining in your system. Not no tension, no intention, not just melt all over your mat, but remain with the intention to be in that pose in such a way that you can bridge two separate chairs. It's fucking rad. Someone was just telling me about this the other day. Crazy, amazing stuff. Okay, so, and literally lately the Hidraya Mudra has been really extremely valuable. I'm so glad. That's a mudra for the heart, right? I love hearing which mudras are working for you guys and how you've been using them for a while, right? And you've got some good ones in your pocket now. So learning to operate in life day to day, moment to moment, with intention, without tension. Think about all the things that cause us tension. Fear, right? Shame, guilt. Ooh, I felt that here in my belly. Anger. Even eagerness, right? Even being desiring of something, groping for something. These things create tension in our system. I've been purging resentment, says Glitterbee. Resentment causes tension in your system, right? An aspect of anger. Why does this matter? Well, you're not really even fully conscious if you're not fully centered with your intention, right? Maybe that's a hyperbole a little bit, but your intention is a part of your consciousness. So to be consciously present in the present moment, you need that intention. Tension, though, does what? It tenses our muscles. It tenses the energy channels in our system. Think about it like here's the chin mudra, right? Or the Jnana mudra. Depends on the direction you put it. Bring the index and the thumb together and extend the other three fingers. Now I hold this with intention, not tension, right? Because this is just like an electrical circuit. And when you bring the two batteries together or two pieces, connectors to that electrical circuit, if you bring them close enough, what happens? There's an arc. They don't even need to be touching for the energy current to move through that channel, correct? Correct. So bring that connection, index to thumb, with intention only. And I encourage you, if you like that idea with that model and that the energy channel, whatnot, the electricity, then ever so slightly pull them apart. Here's the issue with that. If you want to do that practice, but I encourage you to pay close attention to what happens, because usually when we begin something like this, and if you want to keep them separate, what often happens is that with your eyes closed, your system doesn't hold that gap, right? It's not going to hold that gap really well. What happens is you often end up drifting away. The intention starts to fall away. So we make that connection to bring our intention into the physical, into a somatic experience. It's not just here, it's a somatic experience now. This is my intention, is this connection, these extended fingers, placing that palm up for the Jnana mudra or palm down for the chin mudra. If you hold tension in your system, your energy is still going to move, but it's going to be through a narrowed channel. Think of it like water. If you kink the hose, the water does not flow freely through that channel. What most of us are experiencing are our channels kinked and contracted, tension in our system, preventing the natural open flow of source through our vessels. You're a vessel for source. You're a vessel for that energy. You're a vessel for water. You're a vessel for these things to transfer through you, to transmute into the material world. If we want that flow to happen freely, we must be able to be in a place of intention without tension. We must, at the very least, if we want that energy to flow freely, we must release tension any time we see it. This is the foundation to mindfulness. If you want to get way down the rabbit hole of enlightenment and meditation and mindfulness, like doing all these cool practices so you can find yourself in this guru-like space all the time during the day, this is where you start. Anytime, in my opinion, right? Everybody will have their own opinion, but in my opinion, in my experience, this is the best place to start because it's actually the easiest. All it asks of you, thank you, friend. All it asks of you is to have awareness, is to notice. Did you notice tension? I know you notice tension in your system, or I know you notice tension in your breath or in your heartbeat. These things beg our awareness. Next time you catch yourself clenching your jaw, relax that jaw and set an intention instead. Replace your tension with intention every time. Sometimes that intention can just be to take some breaths. I'm going to release the tension in my jaw, and instead of that tension, my intention is going to be take 3 breaths with a relaxed jaw. Anywhere else in your system, clenching your fist, clenching your butt cheeks, holding your belly in, right? I have a disability a condition called neurogenic thoracic outlet syndrome, and it is caused by long-term tension up in the thoracic outlet area. What's my response to the world? I hold my shoulders up. Did you see how far that was? That was a normal mode of operation for me. Do you know people who walk around like this? Do you know people who hold their butt cheeks together so fucking tight? Do you know people who walk with tension so much that you can see it? Do you know people in your life or yourself that sit with tension so intensely, right? Or drive with tension? All of that limits the flow of energy. And this is your life force. This is your personal power. This is your ability to manifest. This is your ability to enlighten yourself, to wise up. Yeah, to wise up. This is your ability to be present with what you truly are and are here for. I'm finally evolving. I'm working on it. This was my biggest thing. Like, this was I think the gift in that shift that I took a couple years ago is that I couldn't do the complicated shit anymore. I spent so many years thinking having the right yoga pants, having the right mat. I got a Manduka mat, going to the right yoga classes, having the right certifications, going to the right, whatever it is, reading the right books. And I wanted the most complicated and biggest and intense practices possible, because I was so attached to being somebody other than the broken me that I perceived. And that led me to a state of physical manifestations of that tension in my body. I'm more grateful now for the simplest of practices. And I realized that in my arrogance, I forgot how powerful it is to simply wash dishes. I forgot how powerful it is to simply breathe. We breathe all the time. How could that be powerful? How could that be important? It is one of the most powerful tools you have to get that energy flowing through your system. If that energy is not flowing through your system, you're experiencing tension, and that tension manifests as pain, suffering, that's not the word I'm looking for, hurdles and struggles out in the external world as well as in your internal world. Is it Brian or Bryn? 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 Washing dishes is my favorite working meditation. So this is why I simplify the foundations for mindfulness into these 4 pillars. And hold on, I wanted to answer a question to here. Alejandra, why is it under intense tension is when we tap into intention? It feels like a cycle, because that's what we're taught. Usually we're conditioned to do it in that opposite way, for our awareness of our intention to only come when our physical body is having all this fucking tension. The reality is we can shift that very intentionally. So start by setting your intention during the day or during your practices, right? If anything that you go for that you're going to do, let's say that. Hey, shush, privacy. Nice to see you. Love you. Rhymes with in. Okay, it is Bryn. Okay, so the 4 pillars of mindfulness. Anytime, use these anytime you go to do anything. In fact, I encourage you to use a whole afternoon, or a whole day if you care for it, or just a whole hour to try this out. Everything that you go and do, everything, use check these 4 boxes. First, set your intention. Your intention is like your North Star. It's your guiding light. You hang it out in front of you, right? And you go, this is where I'm going to go, and this is what I'm going to do. Experiment. Let's say you're doing it, right? This is the afternoon. You're like, I'm going to take an hour and try this crazy lady's idea. So I'm going to do the dishes. Okay. That's my intention. I'm going to use this on the 4 pillars of mindfulness. Check the box. My intention is to do dishes. I hang my star out in front of me. Then I bring my attention to that job, right? To my intention. I use my compass, my attention. Sorry. My attention is my compass. My intention is my star. My attention is my compass. And I keep my attention focused on my dishes. So that means not only am I just doing dishes and letting my mind wander off to a million other things, I am giving it my full and undivided attention, because divided attention means less attention for all the things. Undivided attention means all the resources, what we say in here, all 7 pounds of your attention focused on that one intention. What does that look like in actual practice? I love that there are so many freaking things out there that they're like, here's just do this. And then, but there's no explanation. So what does that look like? What does that feel like in practice? That means if I am focusing all of my undivided attention on my intention of doing the dishes, That means I am using all of my senses. I am employing all of my focus. I am noticing the textures of the different plates and dishes. I am noticing the texture of the soap and the water and the different food things that are on there. I might notice the smell of the soap or the smell of the old food, or maybe my sink needs to be cleaned out, right? Not all smells are going to be good. Not all smells are going to be bad. In fact, they're not either. They just are. I'm experiencing it with my undivided attention, not divided by judging it, not divided by telling a story about it. So as I'm focused and I'm experiencing the tactile experience and the olfactory experience and the sounds of everything clinking together or the water running, as all of this attention is sinking, all of 7 pounds into your intention of doing the dishes, you will notice when suddenly a memory comes up, a story comes up. Remember the last time we were doing dishes? When I was growing up, my mom always got mad at me when I did dishes. This is such a nice thing because when I was growing up, I used to have to do it like super fast and I got in trouble all the time. Oh, my attention just divided. A little gremlin popped up and started running away with my attention. Hold on. Back to being Gizmo. Back to Mogwai. Back to Mogwai. Come back to Mogwai. All of my attention, all of my focus on my intention. Back to my senses, back to the smell. Just immediately release the gremlin. Release the thing that grabbed your attention elsewhere and ran away with it. In my head, I have a really sweet little like Mary Poppins-y voice who says, "Oop." She just goes, "Oop." Oh, how silly. She meets it with a giggle and oh, I was way over there, right? Hold on. Where's my intention and attention again? Right here. Sir Lloyd Kelly. Yeah, is that cold coffee? Is that iced coffee mocha? No, it is. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. It is instant coffee with maple syrup, cinnamon, and ashwagandha. Yeah. My coffee is medicine. You had ADHD? Is it past tense? What do you have now? Sorry. Oh no, not instant coffee. There is one kind I really like, but it does really simplify my life, and so I allow myself the thing. I'm Virgo sun, so my like level of like you have to do things like this is like that. And so every place that I can give myself a little like come down, like, you know what, you can make your coffee in the morning with just instant. No, we can't. The nerve. Are you kidding me? As a fully trained barista and tea-rista and all that stuff, you think that we are going to seriously, where's the French press? Sorry. Personal conversations with my pirates, Some instant coffee is actually decent. There is a company of instant coffee that I really, really love, which I don't have right now because I have to buy it offline and I don't want to buy things offline lately. We're blacking out the system by not doing all of that shit. And back to tension and intention. I'm doing my dishes. My intention, my North Star is to do the dishes. That seems simple enough, right? That shouldn't be hard. I've done the dishes a million times. But next time, can you do the dishes without any tension? Not in your breath, not in your body, not even in your mind. Glitterbee, I love you. Go do dog things. That's right. I haven't reordered my mushroom supplements. Leif, actually, I have a recommendation. I am actually, I think I even have an affiliate thing. Leif, will you message me and anybody else who wants mushroom supplements? I don't know what kind you want, but there is a local to Washington company in the Pacific Northwest here that is a small owned company, a sustainable company. They're amazing. I don't know where you are, but they're absolutely worth buying from. And if you want my affiliate link, I think it gives you like 15% or something like that off. So send me a message, and anybody else who wants that link for that, please send me a message. I do have a video that I made for their stuff, but They happen to also have instant coffee. They have mushroom coffee, instant mushroom coffee, and instant mushroom mochas and things like that. But they have all kinds of supplements and stuff. And I personally, I'd never recommend something that I don't personally believe in or personally use. And they're called host defense mushrooms. You can go check it out yourself, or you can message me and I'll send you the links that I have that you could hopefully get you some discounts or things like that. So, okay. Tension. Intention. How many times during the day do you think that your emotions or your thoughts put you in a state of tension? Or maybe even you might even be somebody who wakes up in a state of tension. You might even be somebody like me who literally carried, not anymore as much, I'm learning, unraveling, carried myself with tension out of conditioning. Why is it important? Oops, I moved my books. Why is it important for us to understand our conditioning and how our conditioning affects our physical body and more so our energetic body? Why is it important to know how our conditioning affects our energy body? Because when you ask yourself, why am I always having these neck pains? Why is my low back hurt all the time? Why am I always having this digestive stuff? Why is my jaw always tensed? Because of an energetic pattern that your body, your energy body, learned and employed in childhood. If you have not re-examined the patterns in your system, then they are still operating from childhood. And some of those can be updated as you evolve and grow, and they're not so much childhood, but maybe like in your 20s or maybe in your early 30s. I don't know where you are, but if you start examining these things, you realize that the belief that you're not worthy of being seen or you're not valued enough to speak up in the situation that you're in is going to cause your physical body to. This is why we read body language, right? There's a whole science around body language. What is body language? It's the manifestations of energy patterns in your system. Sir Lloyd, you're a real gem. I made your day. Thanks, friend. I love you too. Have a wonderful day. I hope to see you again. We do this every Saturday from 10 a.m. Pacific time to whenever the heck I feel like being done, which sometimes is like 5-6 hours. So hang in there, buckle up, or come back. We also have lots of other things over on this TikTok shop. So go find me over there, or at least follow me over there here as well, because this is where you'll get updates when I change my schedule or offer new things, or when classes and themes and other things going on. And next year, we're going to be changing the way I do classes. I'm going to be focusing a ton on my book next year, Energy for Sale, the Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. Again, if you want to know about how your system gets wired, this is the blueprint. And this is the culmination of pretty much all the work I've been doing my entire life, from even as young as like a little kid, because my earliest experiences were energetic experiences. My mother gifted me our lineage of energy work. I had profound spiritual experiences, partially because of abuse and violent situations in my life that were really fucking awful, scary, but nonetheless, it brought me insight and experiences that led me down this path. And this is the wisdom I've derived from that path. Now, again, it's not a super, look, it's only 106, 107 pages. So it's not a super in-depth exploration of every aspect of it. That's why I offer these classes, and that's why I encourage you to go grab a membership here, or even sign up for coaching over here. If you would like to know how to personally rewire your system, the only way I can help you do that is if we get into some kind of coaching together. I can't recommend something personal for everybody on these lives or in the free content, because You are unique. No other person has ever been you. No other person ever will be you again. You are, this is why we cultivate your own guru. I help inspire movement and flexibility so that you can open those channels up and that energy can move through you so you can truly self-actualize instead of being pushed and pulled and puppeted by the narrative, by the paradigm that programmed you. Our Western culture, our Western paradigm programs you very intentionally, and they program you to not self-actualized. The workforce that is self-actualized no longer works for slave wages. The citizenry, right, that is self-actualized no longer needs big government, and definitely doesn't kowtow to things like dictators and tyranny, right? So those who would like to control large groups of people for personal gain use the capitalist narrative, the imperialist narrative, to keep you weak, to keep you scared, to keep you feeling lost and confused, to keep you feeling like you're not quite worthy enough for your own self-actualization. It's the fucking insanity of that. It makes me mad. Ever since, this is probably like my personal vendetta, my justice thing, you know what I mean? When we neurospicy people, my justice thing is that you have every fucking right to be you in its full expression. If I wish nothing else for this world, it's not world peace. It's not so everybody to be all loving and light and whatnot. It's for you to fucking be you. You are gorgeous. You are powerful. You are an aspect of God. It's like looking at God and saying, oh, that part of God is gross and weird. Only this part of God is nice. It's like looking at the rainbow and saying, all of those colors in the sky, yeah, that's beautiful. But yellow is the only good color of the rainbow. All the other colors of the rainbow aren't really worthy. That's divisive. It's not conducive to our collective evolution. In fact, it's the opposite of it. A lot of the truths, the deep, profound truths that we need to hear, that we need to know, that we need to understand, have been inverted. Where's the best place to hide the truth? Where is the best place to hide the truth? Because we know that those scrolls that they found in the desert somewhere, right? Things eventually get found. Sarcophagus getting dug up, right? Libraries and old, whatever they're called, old cities and things coming up from underneath the earth. You can't hide the truth forever. Where's the best place to hide it? In plain sight. To say, you see this? It's not the truth. In fact, this is really bad. This is really awful. It's demonic. It's terrible. It'll keep you from God. All these things. It'll ruin your life. It'll hurt your relationships. You know what the truth is? This. See this nice, orderly truth? How wonderful it is. Let's rule by fear, not through connection. And let's consider those who practice in connection and intuition and from the heart. Let's put them down. They're on the bottom. We step on them. We use the caregivers and the caretakers and the wise ones so that we can develop selfish gain instead. You are not, this says you are connected to God, that in fact you are not just connected, but you are literally of God. Therefore, God is akin to the ocean and you are a drop in that ocean. You are as valuable as God, and God does not judge or condemn or make good and bad little drops. God simply is, and you are a part of it, and therefore valuable as God, just in the same. No, that's not true. God made you sinful. You're bad and you're wrong and you're broken. And you have to subjugate yourself for the rest of your life to make up to Daddy God. And that one Daddy God is going to punish you if you step away from any sort of belief in, right? You got to completely believe without questioning. This is the truth. This is the truth. You see this wall right here? It's your job to hold your nose up to the wall. Spend your entire life holding your nose up to the wall. Look, everybody around you is holding their nose up to the wall. You guys all need to work really hard to hold up this wall. And you see this brick we removed for you? In there, it'll look like Eden. In there, we will sell you this idea that the perfect life is available, or eventually you'll get into heaven if only you work hard enough, if only you keep your nose on that wall, as long as we say, because that's your job. You're here to be collectively supporting this, because eventually you'll get in there. This is the path. You're not meant to spend your entire life subjugating yourself for someone else's personal gain. In fact, your purpose, no matter how unique your purpose is to you, your purpose is still to experience your purpose, the full expression of that purpose. And you are free to explore the universe to find that purpose. Nobody can answer for you what that purpose is until you can listen to it and hear it in your own heart. You are not separate or isolated from God in some way that you have to go through 3 fucking different layers of playing telephone so that somebody else can message the guy and say, hey, send it down the line. No, you have direct access to that. In fact, let's bring it further in. Your vessel is a temple for Source. Every breath God takes with you. Every moment of fear God experiences with you. Because there is not 2 to separate. Because you are both one. If you knew that you carried Source right here, it's not some sky daddy always watching you, but instead, would you continue to talk to yourself the way that you talk to yourself? Would you continue to blame and condemn and shame yourself in the same way if you knew that you were talking to God? If you knew that Christ consciousness, Christ is not specifically a person, but a person who reached a state of consciousness, a full alignment and understanding of Source as it expresses itself through these vessels. Being Christ-like is not arbitrary prostrations and self-inflicted suffering. It is living in the heart. It is opening up our system so that that energy of Source, our life force, can flow freely and abundantly through us. Because Source, because that flow of life is wiser. The ocean tides are wiser than any sailor. The flow knows where it is headed. The flow has the experience of going through all of the valleys and the mountains and the rocks and beaches, and we can swim upstream. We can keep swimming upstream as long as we want to. Or we can learn to move with life, to move with the ebb and flow and the bends and the sways in the river. Hell, maybe you can even learn to dance with it one day. So if you want to learn your energetic blueprint, if you want to learn how your energy body gets hijacked and manipulated to keep you out of balance, to keep you feeling scared, lost, to keep you feeling weak, and to end up putting you in a place of pain and suffering by proxy, by, what's the word I'm looking for? The book's called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning by moi, Rev Deborah. Rev Deborah. And hand. Let's talk about the other chakras. So there are 4 more chakras actually that I wanted to offer. Here we talked about the minor chakras in the hand, which are correlated directly to the 7 chakras here, right? So you can use each of these channels to address those different chakras. Remember, in March, we also covered the feet chakras, which are the same as well. There's a connection to each of the 7 chakras in your feet, hey Ree, as well as in your hands. So now we're going to talk about the chin chakra. There is a chakra on your chin, a chakra on your chin. This is called your moon center. Your moon center. Think about this. Thank you, Sir Lloyd Kelly. My favorite analogy is a lighthouse. I aim to be a lighthouse. My intention is to be a lighthouse. It might just be the light behind me though. I think it might be just the light behind me. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay, so moon center right here. Touch your chin. This is your moon chakra, your chin chakra. This rules your emotional intuition. So this is directly connected to which chakra rules the emotional, the manifestations of your emotions. Do you remember? Where the emotions are rooted in our energy body. Which chakra are the emotions manifesting from? Yeah, the sacral chakra, the sacral chakra, sacral chakra. You can say it either way. The emotions are born in our sacral chakra down here, that second chakra. How we interact with them and what we do about them is here in our solar plexus. So your emotional awareness, your emotional intelligence is right here. Isn't that kind of cool? So one of my favorite practices for this one is a really simple practice. And it's just when you feel an emotion rolling through you that you want to rein in, maybe, right? Maybe it's a big emotion. Maybe it's something that's kind of uncomfortable. Maybe you just want to practice navigating your emotions in a more conscious way. As soon as you start feeling that emotion, close your eyes, obviously do your breath work, whatnot, take some deep breaths and focus your attention here. So there's a couple ways you can do that. You can focus your attention by closing your eyes and turning your eyes down, like you're trying to look down at your chin with your eyes closed. Turn your eyes down as if you're trying to look down at the tip of your chin. The other way you can do it is by shifting your awareness down to your chin as if you are viewing the world from your chin. These are 2 different ways that you can move your awareness. Dropping your awareness down by moving your eyes as if you're looking down towards your chin, or dropping your awareness down as if you're looking out from your chin, down in your chin. Usually the beginner piece of that practice is to look down with your eyes first. The slightly more advanced piece of that practice is to move your awareness down. The only reason I say it's slightly more advanced is because, again, in the West, we're conditioned to believe that our awareness lives here and only here in our 2 eyes and in our brain. So it takes practice, or at least unlearning, to be able to move your awareness elsewhere. If you would like a really amazing practice to help you shake your awareness loose out of your brain skull, try Yoga Nidra. I also teach Yoga Nidra, and that's available through coaching memberships. If you want to do coaching with me and you want to do a series of Yoga Nidra sessions, or you want to do, again, I offer various levels of coaching. I offer group coaching, which is a brief get together and chat with each other, and then we practice together. Then I offer once a month private coaching, which is an hour of coaching per month, and you can break that up into separate sections, or you can do the full hour once a month. Then I also have weekly coaching, an hour once a week, and you can again break that up into separate sections, or we can just go ahead and do weekly sessions. And in any and all of those sessions, well, in the personal ones, in the one-on-one, you have access to all the tools in my toolbox, and you do in the group coaching as well, but we don't have quite as much time to focus on each individual person. We focus more on gathering together and practicing together, right? As well as supporting each other through our challenges and our successes. So chin mudra, chin chakra right here. Again, the chin chakra is the moon center. The moon center is where your emotional intelligence, your emotional intuition, your emotional awareness exists here. Blindly evolving. You say, when you focus on the chin, if you are pulled to the left or the right, does that mean something? So I will always remind everybody, if you are asking what it means, first, let go of asking what it means. Not to say you can't ask what it means, right? But we always want to remember that the story is not always the answer, right? And it's the experience that we're seeking. As we want to update, as the brain is trying to update itself, it's going to ask these questions. And in some cases, we can remind it and say, it's actually just the experience what we're looking for. And let's just see that experience and see how it goes over an extended period of time. Get that inner light map here on the Patreon shop, or on the on this TikTok shop, or grab a journal and just start keeping track of these interesting things that happened. You just today, you learned about the moon center, your chin chakra, where you can help cultivate emotional awareness, help balance your emotions, especially in a state of really big emotional experience. And every time you move your attention into this space, maybe you experience being pulled to one direction, right? Notice the patterns. You will find more insight in your patterns than you'll find in the one-time experience, right? Sir Lloyd Kelly, beware. I hope you come back. Come hang out with us again. We do this every Saturday, unless I chicken out and then I lay in bed for extra hours, or we go do fun things outside. So also, again, remember, you can join us in another community space, the Discord space. If you want a link for any of the things, you can always just send me a message, or you can always check out my TikTok shop over here. I am Move with Change on this TikTok shop, and you can get updates, and it's free to join over there. It's free to join our Discord. The only thing you'll ever pay for is stuff that I have personally created in this shop, or my direct one-on-one time, right? Or the classes and stuff that I create, which I spend a lot of time focusing on, like building those and making those into nice little classes. And if you want to keep seeing these free classes, I do need people to come on into this TikTok shop and grab those memberships, because I'm right now looking at possibly having to restructure my business because it's not sustainable right as it is. And I've been teaching online for 3 years for free, offering a variety of different information and different kinds of classes and different kinds of resources. And I know a lot of you really enjoy it, and I don't want to stop doing it. I really enjoy it, but I also have to be practical to some degree, especially with the uncertainty out in the external world right now. I have to make sure that we can meet our basic needs. That's my responsibility as the parent, and this is my job. Coaching is my full-time job. Writing this book was its own full-time job, and maybe I might even write some more about this, or another book or something like that. I don't know. I'm still brainstorming. Remember that when you buy this book, there is a QR code that will get you into next year. We will have monthly Q&A and practice sessions. You can only get there through this QR code. It is only for people who bought the book. So go buy the book. I can't tell you where it is without saying the name, the place with the smile box. You're going to pick on me soon? Anytime. I got plenty of boogers for you to get. Animal. Pattern recognition is a great gift. I love you too, Kelly. Have a great day. Pattern recognition is really important, because so the cycle of karma, right? This idea, the cycle of samsara, these cycles are what? Patterns. Yeah. If you are trying to get out of this looping of the illusion of reality, of this samsara thing that we're stuck in, of this karmic cycle, if you want to get out of that loop, you've got to find the pattern and change the patterns, right? Enlightenment is just becoming more aware of the more subtle layers of our reality, of our internal and external reality. So as I notice patterns, first I'm going to notice the biggest, most obtuse patterns. And then I'm going to notice smaller and smaller and smaller and finer and finer and finer patterns until I've refined my system to such a degree that I can find the pattern outside of samadhi, right? Find the pattern of samadhi itself. Enlightenment is not something that's exclusive. It's not something that's special only for certain people born in certain places or with so much money or with a certain last name or with a certain, I don't know, lineage or whatever that is. It is available as your right to, like, as your existence. It is just as available. If you're existing right now, you can be walking the path toward enlightenment. Enlightenment, I gotta reframe it. You could be enlightening yourself. Enlightenment is not a place to be. It is simply becoming more and more aware of the more subtle layers of our reality. And if you've done any exploration into quantum physics, you know how subtle those layers get. And you know that there's even deeper ones that we have no current understanding of. Enlightenment can be as simple as standing in a spot in your house that you've never ever stood before. Just that act alone enlightens your awareness of a perspective that you had not seen before. And if you really sink into that, if you give it all of your attention and all of your focus, and you do this really intentionally, you will feel there is a visceral experience to the process of like, wow. It's that sensation of novelty. It's that sensation of awe. Animal, we all have access to that place of energy. We all came from the cosmic spark of the divine. Yeah, absolutely. Again, the biggest manipulation of our culture, of our paradigm, says that you are separate from it, when in fact it is flowing through you. You are the water. You are, and again, like I like the analogy of the ocean, right? Because we can look at it as drops. You don't look at the ocean as an amalgamation of drops. You look at the ocean as a whole thing, right? The whole piece. But the reality inside of that ocean is that there are particles of the ocean that are way down on the bottom of the ocean. It is so dense down there. It is so dark down there. There's little to no light. The oxygen levels are different. The creatures down there are different. The pressure, right? We can't even get down there because it's so much pressure. So think about that. When you look at the collective, and we talk about this idea of being one and valuing each other and recognizing that we are all part of God, look around you and you will see these dense, dark particles that are way down here. And these really light, vibrating particles that are almost about to evaporate. And I'm not here to tell you that the evaporating particles are better than the midnight zone particles. Not in any way, shape, or form. They are just different manifestations of the ocean. And in fact, some of those particles, some of those drops may quickly move from the bottom of the ocean all the way up to the top. And some may filter down and filter down and filter down. But if the entire ocean is warming, aka the collective is evolving, which we are enlightening. It is a process that we are going on, whether we like it or not. It's the direction the universe is going. Hey, Fibonacci sequence. We are all going in that direction anyway. Then some of those drops, like the ones at the top, are warming way faster than those at the bottom. And some at the bottom, which get a patch of warm, come up and then become cold again and circulate back down. We become these own patterns, these cycles there in tides, in currents that move through our oceans over the globe, in the way that the water warms itself, right? And sometimes those particles evaporate and end up in the sky, up in the air, and they rain down on the mountains and get dragged through the dirt and the rocks and the valleys and the grass and the weeds and, and end up back at the ocean again. This is the experience of being the collective. We can look at the ocean and say, that's an ocean. Just like we can look at us and say, that's humanity. But when we start to break it down, we start to get lost in the, oh, these ones are good, these ones are bad, this one's doing it right, this one's doing it wrong, these are the ones who deserve to be in control, and these are the ones who should be stepped on, and these are the ones who are not worthy of anything. Fuck. It's just the ocean, guys. And the beauty of the ocean are all of these various dynamics that make the ocean what it is. The ocean wouldn't function without tides and currents in the same way at all. Spaz, and no wave lasts forever. Yeah. This is, the universe offers us a single constant. Change. How do you move with it? It's going to happen. When change comes through your part of the pond, you're part of the ocean. Do you resist it? Do you push back? Do you fight it? Do you hold on to nearby trees and rocks and say, no, I refuse to fucking move? I like a stagnant pond. I just want a stagnant pond to grow moss and... Animal. Kindred spirit, my friend. You say, I try to be a beacon of safe harbor in often rough and tumultuous seas. I, especially in my own explorations of self and reflections, I often, I like to be the lighthouse. And I recognize as the lighthouse that that was a personal exploration I think I'll keep in my journal. Bryn, even the stagnant pond is fermenting and bubbling. Yes, absolutely. And there are times where we end up being the pond that is fermenting on its own, right? It's its own kind of experience. We have to sit in the fire. There are moments in life where no change is happening and you want change more than anything. I don't want to be in this situation anymore. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to be doing this job. I don't want to be in this relationship. I want to feel better. I want to be enlightened. I want to be healed. I want to be. But sometimes life says, actually, you're going to have to sit in this pond for a while. This pond is where you need to be for a little bit. You got to fester for a minute in this. Sit in the fire. So again, micro, macro, balance, right? Balance is not ever moving and ever changing. It is being flexible when change comes and being grounded when there is no change. Animal. That's beautiful. My intent is to raise my fellow humans up and bathe them in the loving light of the universe. Beautiful. Thank you, Debbie. For me, it's to inspire movement in places where you feel stuck. It's to hold up a mirror so that hopefully you will finally see how beautiful and valuable and loved you are. It hurts my heart so much to know that we live in a culture that condemns people simply for being born. It breaks my brain. And at the same time, I know that I can't give people the experience of feeling loved. You know, I can't give people the experience of peace or joy. I can't give people anything that they that they are seeking except to hold up a mirror so they can see it in themselves. I hope everyone who ever sits with me here remembers that what you see in me is a reflection of what's available in you. Things that you value in you or even in the universe. My goal is never to acquire a grand following. I think that would be kind of annoying. But instead, I hope that you find your captain in this lifetime, that you find your guru in this lifetime here. Because it changed everything for me. As somebody who wanted to be a nun when she was a little girl, it took me almost until turning 40 to really experience unconditional love. And it was me who gave that to me. And then there was the experience of shame, realizing that I had not given it to me for all these years, and I could have given it to me for all these years, but I abandoned me for all those years because I was expecting somebody else to give it to me. But that's okay, because unconditional love also loves you in your moments of shame and guilt and fear. And that's fucking powerful. Spaz probably has its perks though too. Red Mummy Yeti, sitting in that pond is infuriating, but splashing around isn't helping either. Maybe it is. Maybe the fun part is to sit there in the pond and explore the, experience of fermenting, to see what happens when you splash fermented water and instead of clear flowing water. Each experience is just that. It's an experience. And we can choose to either see it as boundary or as a barrier or as a struggle or whatnot, or we can find the joy in there. We can find the playfulness in there. We can find the shenanigans in there. This is why shenanigans are so fucking important in this space, because when we are stuck, when we are serious, when we're angry, when our brow is furrowed and our nose is to the grindstone, we're trying to get the fuck out of here. What a lot of times we need is that moment of, did you see that butterfly fly by? That was so great. Yes, Bren, find fractals in the muck. You want to know a secret? And then we will talk about the shoulder chakras and the soul star chakra. I got off on a tangent here. At the age of 27, I was living in an intentional community in New York, in upstate New York. And it was one actually based on Joseph Campbell's work on archetypes. There we go. It was a really cool community to be part of. So on this property, they had a pond. They had a cute little pond and like a little canoe. I mean, it really wasn't even that big. Like it was just a little pond. You could like do little loops with the canoe in there. It really wasn't that big. So anyway, we're sitting on the dock, me and a friend of mine who lives in the community too. And we're sitting there playing with the muck in there, right? This really green, vibrant, beautiful colored stuff. And we're laying there on our bellies, looking over and like messing with this stuff. And at some point I pulled up just a little blob of pond, right? And don't try this at home. You do whatever you want. You do you, boo, but I'm not recommending you try this at home. I pulled up one of those little blobs and I got really freaking close to it. And I actually I think I still have it, but I don't think it's within reach. I have this really cool, really old magnifying glass. That's a metal magnifying glass that you pop open. So I had it with me and I have a magnifying glass here, but this is not the same one. So anyway, I took my magnifying glass and I took that little pond bubble and I looked in on it. Holy fuck, it was like fractal geometry. There are fractals in that stuff, in that pond, mucky green stuff. And I was so excited. I was so like, that I ate it. It didn't taste like much except for some pond water. Like, it just kind of tasted like pond. But I swore it was going to upgrade me. Animal mythology and archetypes. Great work from him. Yes, very great work from him. I was still new to knowing anything about Joseph Campbell. And the reason I was at the community was not because of Joseph Campbell, but because it was an intentional community. And I was trying a bunch of different intentional communities as I traveled around the world. Around the world, around the world, around the world. Ooh, interesting animal. See, and it's a beautiful, right? You're talking about throwing stones in the pond. It's a beautiful analogy, and I encourage you. This really helps the brain. Why is storytelling something that humanity has used for like as far back as we have any sort of recordable sort of stories? Because it's so relatable, and it's also emotional, which when we can emotionally relate to something and bring in an emotion about that, our brains actually absorb the information and categorize the information more fully than they do if we're emotionally detached. This is one of the arguments for homeschooling, actually, outside of public schooling, because public schooling doesn't usually evoke like, oftentimes we don't like our teachers, right? Or we're in an uncomfortable situation or whatnot. It's not where we're feeling safe, and it's not where we're feeling happy or joyful, or we love the person that's teaching us, or laughter is not as much integrated into our learning process unless you're still in kindergarten, right? They don't bring the emotions into learning. In fact, they do the opposite, and therefore your body and your brain don't actually absorb and integrate the information quite as much. A really powerful way to teach is to make it relatable. It's part of why I use storytelling in my teaching. Life is not a square and circles are ideas. Our life is shaped like a fractal. Yeah. Hey, Faith. I like to use the prism, obviously, right? To explain the nature of our universe, like the nature of our reality, the nature of the being stuck in this illusionary reality, and that whole fractal piece, right? When when light goes through the prism, what happens? It fractures the light into the fractals of it, right? Into the different colors that you can see in the light. So when you use light itself through there, it separates all the pieces. Yeah. So we have the illusion, what is distinct in our matrix? We have the illusion of separation. We are all drops in the ocean, but we don't experience the ocean as much as we experience the separation between the drops. That must be at a really micro level. Can you imagine being cells in a body, right? And if we zoomed way into those cells, you'd see the space between the cells. Just like if you zoomed way into water, you'd see the space between the atoms in the water. We are so zoomed in on this fractaled aspect of consciousness, of reality, of light, that we see everything as all these separate pieces, all isolated away and separate from us. If we understand that, it changes the understanding of how we are part of the whole. It's like saying that red is part of the whole of light, right? All of light is this is light. Well, it looks like that. Red is in there. Blue, green, purple, they're all in there. They're all part of that light. But we don't look at that light and say, red is such a terrible thing. Like, red is so bad, right? There's the light, but red is the bad light, even though it's part of the whole and necessary for light to exist as it is, but it's bad. Or there's only one good part of the light, and that's the color purple, right? But you can't see it because it's part of the whole. So when we're stuck in our illusionary shit, we're like, oh, let's see, this part is good, that part is bad, this part is good, that part is bad, that one is okay, that one's worthy of being loved, this one's not worthy of being fed, this one's worthy of being safe and comfortable and having good health, and this one's not worthy of any of those things. Again, my favorite thing is like to be stuck in the illusion of the matrix is to see a rainbow in the sky and argue over which colors are godly or not, which colors are correct or right or bad or good. Spaz, do not judge or you will use it on yourself. Everything that you project onto onto someone else, we also do to ourselves, right? This is why in the 8 limbs of yoga, one of the first things we talk about is nonviolence, ahimsa. Ahimsa means nonviolence. And in our ignorance, we might say, oh, well, I don't punch anybody, so I'm nonviolent. Ha ha. But are your words nonviolent as well? And then are your external words, is your self-talk nonviolent as well? Do you have self-care in a way that constitutes taking care of yourself, or do you treat yourself in a way that might constitute violence? That's the important piece of that too, right? Is to always take the inversion, the inside piece, because our external paradigm tells us that everything is outside of us, nothing is inside of us. But the truth is the core of all that happens outside of you, and all that erupts and manifests through you is because of what's happening inside of you, and because of these energy patterns that move through your system. Okay. So you also have shoulder chakras. We talked about the hands chakras. You see them here. We have hand chakras. Okay, we'll review them really quickly. Solar plexus for the thumb, heart for the index. The middle the middle finger is throat chakra. The ring finger is root chakra, and the pinky finger is the sacral chakra. Your brow chakra is in the center of your palm, and your crown chakra is at the base of your palm, where your palm and wrist come together, where your wrist is basically, right? Okay, then you also have your chin chakra. Your chin chakra is your moon center, or your space for emotional awareness, emotional intelligence. This is also a space where you can bring your attention and awareness if you're having a big emotional experience that you want to kind of like pare down a little bit so you can deal with it, right? If you need some help dealing with some emotion that's running through you, some energy that's running through you, bring your attention to your chin. If you want to increase your emotional intelligence of what someone else is experiencing, drop your awareness to your chin while you're interacting with someone else. Look through your chin at them. And if you don't know how to do that, don't worry about it. If you don't know how to do it, try. Feel that, right? Feel that awareness in your chin. See through your chin. Look at others from this centered place, from this moon center. Emotional mastery is so important because your emotions are the symptoms, are the manifestations of the energy patterns in your system. So, for example, if I experience a lot of anxiety is an emotion. That emotion is elicited because my solar plexus energy is either wounded or deficient. And potentially my root chakra energy is also deficient. Anxiety with shame and fear are going to cause anxiety, right? Or this experience. Sadness, grief is going to be experienced much more frequently if I believe that I am unlovable, that I don't have value, and that nobody really cares about me. I'm going to harbor grief in a different way. That's going to manifest emotional patterns. Thank you, friend. And not just emotional patterns, but behavior patterns, speech patterns, holding physical, the way you hold your body patterns. If I don't believe that I'm lovable, if I believe that people are going to hurt my feelings all the time, if I'm, nervous about, look, you're going to hold your physical body in a certain way. If my solar plexus, this is one of my favorite ones, especially in the West, especially where we have a manipulated energy body that's intentionally being manipulated by the paradigm here in the West, here in the States. And we're also seeing as as the intentional manipulation amplifies, we also notice something else amplifying. So this particular solar plexus, and this does not describe every single body type, this does not describe every single person, but an overblown solar plexus can give us a tendency to push our bellies out and forward. This is such a typical masculine posture, having that dad bod belly out. That can be an indication of an excess of solar plexus energy. Conversely, having a larger belly can also be an indication of a deficient solar plexus that you're trying to protect, that your sacral is trying to protect by adding more water to protect it. The body holds the score. The body remembers. The body holds the score. The body gives you your symptoms, your posture, your thoughts, your speech patterns, the things you say, the things you believe about the world. All of these things are manifestations of your energy patterns. If my youngest experiences for the first 6 months to a year of life were scary, dangerous, if I was in a war-torn zone or there was violence in my house or arguing or these sorts of things, or just the loud, I don't know, all sorts of things can traumatize us as young infants. If we are also not met with caregivers who are offering us comfort and care at a satisfactory level, those are root and sacral chakra damages. Those are imbalances in those younger chakras, because if I am in a state of fear and every time I ask for help, the universe ignores me. Think about the parents who believe that a crying baby is trying to, that answering a crying baby too much is going to spoil them. That belief accidentally causes these lower chakra imbalances. And you, being the baby who didn't receive the care and support that they needed in real moments of emotion and experience and feel, right? Then this creates a pattern here. And this pattern down here then says, oh, if I'm afraid, nobody's going to come help me. If I'm hungry, nobody's going to come feed me. The universe is not so abundant that everybody just deserves to be cared for. You're having emotions? Stop. Will you take those away? Gosh, that's the kind of patterns that we may develop when we become deficient in our sacral chakra, deficient in our root chakra. The sacral chakra sometimes responds. Amanda, I'm glad you're here too, my friend. Animal, you have memories from 1 and 2 years old. The brain, you absolutely can develop memories from an extremely young age, especially if they were very impactful to these very patterns, right? Why does the brain do that? And in fact, it's not just the brain, it's a combination between the body remembering and the brain's interaction with that experience, right? Because the brain also only has such capacity to remember certain things. But it's a survival tactic. If something was so scary or so uncomfortable or so dangerous that occurred and you didn't quite receive the response you needed, your brain and your body are going to go, I have to remember that so that doesn't happen again. I have to protect us from that. And when we're infants, that thing could be the sound of a truck going by the house and honking. It could also be something intentional and scary and other things like that, right? It could be things that are actually hurtful, right? Your attachment style. It can manifest your attachment style. Now, your attachment style is also intertwined with your temperament. In child development, this is really important stuff that I learned in college studying child development. This is where kind of a lot of the science, the technical stuff that I learned came in. Your temperament and your attachment style, right? They interact with each other. Your temperament, this is why I'll use astrology. You can see your temperament in your child's astrology chart or your own astrology chart. And then that temperament tells you what energies are going to be more comfortable and easy to deal with, and which ones are going to be a little bit harder to deal with. So, as an example to that, let's talk about the associations with the chakras and different astrology signs. So, for example, the two signs, I'm talking about me personally. I like to do that because I can't. Yeah, okay, but sorry. Throat chakra. The throat chakra is ruled by both the sign of Virgo and the sign of Gemini. The planet Mercury rules those two signs, Gemini and Virgo. The planet Mercury is the planet for communication. Remember, we know when Mercury goes in retrograde, right? Because we know that communication. So if you have heavy Virgo or Gemini in your chart, you're going to be dealing with energies here in the throat. I have a Gemini rising and a Virgo sun. So there's a lot of energy here. And this manifests into my actual purpose in life. My purpose is storytelling and teaching and sharing this information and offering words and offering my voice as a way to fulfill my purpose and support humanity in the way that I really want to do. Right. And that's very indicative of somebody who's a Gemini or Virgo. Somebody who's a Gemini or Virgo can also be very good at not just teaching, but also presenting things, being on stage, public speaking. They're good at politics, good lawyers, that kind of things, because there's a lot of energy here in the throat. That also means one of the most hurtful things you can do to a Virgo or a Gemini is to shut them up, is to tell them to stop talking or to tell them that their words are the things that are hurting, right? So Aries. You asked about Aries. Aries is in the solar plexus. So one of the things as an Aries rules the solar plexus. You will need to be aware of the fact that it can be very easy for you to become arrogant. That extra energy you've got in your solar plexus, just like it can be very easy for Virgos and Geminis to become super talkative. As an Aries, you can accidentally become, or you can end up being obtuse in your confidence. You can be controlling, you can be bossy, right? So you want to make sure as an Aries to focus on balancing that energy in your solar plexus. I would, yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I wanted to share here too. The pirates wanted to share too. Remember that gate we talked about? The internal gate at our solar plexus, and then it builds. We take in the universe, information from the universe into the sacral chakra, and then we build on it inside of ourselves. We experience it inside of ourselves, and then we speak it out. We manifest it into creation here through the throat chakra. So if your solar plexus, if you're an Aries or a Leo, if you're an Aries or a Leo, and you know that your solar plexus is a place that can easily become super expressive. What might accidentally happen is that your energy gets kind of dumped, poured out of your solar plexus before it can fully move through your heart and fully move through your throat. So as an Aries, you may struggle to speak truth in a way that's compassionate. You may struggle to hear other people's truth because instead you're too busy throwing all this energy out at the solar plexus and haven't pulled that energy up higher. You can get a false sense of confidence or even of wisdom because of getting really good at doing this, but there's not actually a lot of energy flowing all the way up here, which needs to happen for your whole system to be enlightened or be wise, right? Wisdom is not here, not just here. Wisdom is a combination of what we understand and understand as well as experience. So your temperament, your astrology dictates your temperament. Your temperament is how you deal with certain energies, whether you're better at certain, whether some are easier or some are more difficult. And that becomes your attachment style because of the interaction between your constitution and your experience out there in the universe. So if, again, let me give you a personal example. My constitution, having all of this energy up here in the throat, I was super talkative. I asked all the questions. I liked to sing really loudly all the time, anywhere we were. I turned my volume up to make sure I could be heard over top of my other siblings, right? Like, this is where so much of my energy was. And I wanted to know, and I wanted to talk. I wanted to have conversations. I wanted to ask questions. I wanted to, right? I got a lot of negative feedback from family, from teachers, from, right, when we're, especially as a young girl, children are first to be seen and not heard, and girls should not be so loud, and you should not ask so many questions. You're too young to ask those questions. You can't have those conversations. You're not wise enough. You're not old enough yet. All of those things were various ways where the universe told me, where my experience in this lifetime said, you're not valuable. You're not valuable. You're not worthy. You're not valuable. One of the manifestations of that became protecting my throat. I held my shoulders up like this or like this to such a degree that it caused me a chronic condition now. I have a disability here called neurogenic thoracic outlet syndrome because of how long and how often I tried to protect my throat. On top of that, every vertebra in my neck, yes, there's physical abuse as well in the past, but every vertebra in my neck is out askew. This whole area, I have spent so long out of balance in this area that it caused physical chronic conditions. This is why it's fucking important to look at your astrology chart and to notice the physical manifestations in your energy, in your physical body, so you can address what needs most needs your attention in your energy body. How do I know what most needs my attention in my energy body? Where do you experience the most tension in your life? Is it at work? Is it in this relationship? Is it on your shoulders, in your knees? Is it in your jaw? Right? Somebody was saying they were clenching their teeth at night. There's a lot of tension here. Your jaw is associated with your throat chakra. So balance your throat chakra. Release energy from your throat chakra. And remember, your chakras also have a front and a back, right? So the front of your throat chakra here, the back of your throat chakra is right behind it. You want this to be a clear, open, flowing channel so you can both create and receive. You can both express your truth and receive other people's truths. I feel like that might need to be its own series. Like, I've been trying to figure out what to do next year with my classes. I've been trying to figure out what to do with the content and where to navigate business. Again, to continue offering free classes, I do need those of you who can do so and have appreciated the work that I've done or benefited from my classes to go grab a membership. I have as low as $5.55 a month, all the way up to $1,000 membership. It's a 40-day sort of deal. But I have all kinds of membership levels. And for me to continue doing this business, I do need you guys who can and who benefited. If you appreciate it all, go grab a membership. Again, even if it's just for a little while, I need to make sure that we are reaching a baseline so that I can keep doing these free classes. And I promise you, I will put out a video here soon. I will pin it at the top of my content to tell you exactly what that looks like. For example, that lowers membership, $5.55 a month. If I can get 200 people out of the 13,000 that are following me here on TikTok to offer $5.55 a month, I can keep doing free classes. I can justify to continue doing free classes. Now, if obviously we want to get a little bit more of that so we can actually thrive, not just survive, but that's the baseline for that. But anyway, I'll make a video about that so we can talk about that too. If you're interested in learning the blueprint for your system, if you're interested in learning more about how your system gets manipulated and hijacked and the history about that and how that happened and why it's fucking happening now, go grab my book, Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. It's a short read, and remember to thriving loading. Nice. Remember that there is one special thing only available to anybody who buys the book. This QR code right here gets you into this one. This is the one thing I am certain I am doing next year, is that once a month we're going to have practice and Q&A sessions. And I probably, honestly, I will set a start time, but I probably won't set an end time. I like to do my classes like this, where you guys can come and go as you need to. It'll be in Zoom, so it'll be exclusive. We can all get together and chat. You don't even have to turn on your camera, and you can just hang out and listen, but you can come in if you have questions. If you were like, oh, on page 46, you said this thing, and I thought this thing, and maybe I've experienced that, and I need you to help me connect these dots. Great. Let's do that. And then let's do some practices. I offer some basic practices for reclaiming your energetic sovereignty on your own here in this book, but I didn't want to make this practice heavy, because what I often offer are practices, practice classes, practice sessions. Remember, in private coaching, you get access to everything in my toolbox. My favorite thing about this style of coaching is that, let's say you get the weekly membership, you want to get coaching 1 hour per week. Maybe let's say your first session is a check-in. It's a verbal processing session. Okay. We spend the whole hour talking about it, about whatever's going on in your plan for the month. The next week you say, let's do yoga. So I will plan every second week of the month, you get an hour-long yoga session that's tailored specifically to everything that you need. That not some random thing online, not some class that somebody else designed just so that everybody else can have the same experience, but a class specifically created for you that you get with coaching. One of the biggest things with my business, in the manifestations of my business, is that I don't create products and put them out there just for everybody to use. I don't create information or that kind of stuff to put it out there for everybody to use. This is the closest thing I have done, because what this does is turn you right back in to the classes and to coaching, because this is not all the information, but it's a framework, it's a blueprint, so you can understand what's happening, why it's happening, and how to change it, how to reclaim your energetic sovereignty. Oh, fun. That'll be great. I'm really excited about that piece. So we will definitely be doing that piece. Obviously, the more of these I sell, the more sustainable this stuff is too. Yeah. But if you love what I do, if you've valued anything or gotten anything out of these things, please go grab some layer of membership. I try to keep the memberships sustainable for you, pricing for you. I don't do money mindset, top tier shit like that, because I believe in making an equitable exchange. And I don't believe that money should be the only key that gets you through the gate. So if having a dollar sign on your membership is what keeps you away from coaching, but you're like, I need coaching, I want to do this is exactly what I've been working for, like, yeah, then come talk to me about a trade or about some other kind of barter membership, because I'm happy to do those things too. There is no reason, if you want coaching, that you shouldn't be in coaching. It's just about finding the right coach for you and about finding the right agreement so that you can get the coaching you need, right? We all deserve to be partnered with. We all deserve to be supported and have scaffolding so that we can thrive, right? Have these good mirrors and sounding boards so that we can really get ourselves out of survival and into thrival. So, okay, there's that. Now, shoulder chakras. I said it before, and then we went on some other tangent again. Shoulder chakras. You have shoulder chakras. Your shoulder chakras are right here. You know what's really fun about these chakras? They are a shade of blue. I have heard them called electric blue before. I see them as a little bit more of an aquamarine kind of blue because they're a little bit closer to the heart chakra. So my experience of these chakras, the shoulder chakras right in here, feels really good to just touch your shoulder chakras. Bring your hands up to the front of your shoulders right here and just go ahead and gently touch that part of your body. You're going to bring your awareness to the chakras in your shoulders. So you've got obviously your right side. Here's my right side. Here's my left side. These are about our sense of responsibility. They're associated with our heart and our solar plexus. My sense of personal strength, my ability to take action, the shoulders and the solar plexus work together on that. And then how that action is taken is influenced by the heart there as well. It's also influenced by my truth and my ability to create, to allow myself to create more freely. Unspoken voice. Also where we reach out and pull things, right? That's what you're saying? Reaching and pulling, yes. Because that's the actions there of our arms. So you have your right side is the yang energy in your system. Your right side rules the yang energy or the pranic energy or the solar energy or the masculine energy, whatever you want to call it. This is the right side. That energy moves upward, and therefore the right shoulder is your yang shoulder. This is the first foot forward. Even if you're a lefty, even if you're left-handed, this is the action. This is the reactivity of our systems. You will see manifestations of the reactivity in your system, no matter where that reactivity is, more often in your right shoulder. That means your yin aspect is here in your left shoulder. Now, your shoulders are associated with your ancestral lineage. I have experienced in my meditations when I'm connecting with my guides, particularly when I'm connecting with my ancestors. My ancestors appear directly behind me and actually a little bit over me. So it's kind of back this way that I experience and feel my ancestors within my energy field, within my field of awareness. Yeah. So imagine it too as if your ancestors are placing their hands kind of on your shoulders, right? That's kind of another way to remember that this piece here is where we carry the burdens of our ancestors, the burdens of our lineage. So this then is my lineage of how I do, and this is my lineage of how I be. So think about how your ancestors, even recent lineage family members and whatnot, and even way, way, way back, what are the narratives? What are the stories about the right side? What are the stories about your ability to do? Is your lineage a lineage who had been enslaved, or who have been forced to do slave labor, or forced to do something, or forced to do things that were not in their best interest, or were not helpful, or were actually harmful? That is going to then have a lot of energy here about how you do things in life, right? Were we taught that we weren't allowed to be, or we taught that we were being wrong, or the feminine? And this is as a cultural piece too. As a cultural piece, we all have this experience of the feminine being removed and the masculine being thrown out of balance, or pushed back and the masculine being pushed forward. So we as a collective are operating with a lot more energy here. Capitalism also tells us to do, that you're not allowed to just be, that this is lazy. So now, even more so, we are literally fucking twisting our reality like this. And you can see people's bodies twisted. You can see people holding their shoulder, right? You can see it in the physical manifestation in their body language, because your body language speaks of your energy patterns. Movement pattern: pulling back, retrieving, setting limits, withdrawing from engagement. These are your shoulder chakras. Yang, action, your lineage of doing. Yin, receiving, lineage of being. I typically see these as shades of aquamarine, but this one being it's because I have so much more energy. Thank you, Sebastian, so much. I have so much energy here because I'm also a product of this culture. I'm also a product of the same conditioning we all went through to some degree, with my own unique bent on it, right? Thank you, friend. So I also have this imbalance that I am learning to align to. That's the thing I want to remind you all as well. Remember, this is why I say I am not your guru. I am still learning. I am still experiencing. I am still evolving. I am still enlightening, and I'm doing it every day. I am not healed all the way. I don't even know if that's possible. I'm experiencing this life, and I want to share my experience with you, because there are some really amazing, cool, magical things that I found, and I like to share rocks and treasures and things when I find them. So I share them. So thank you all for receiving those. Well, much peace to you too, Sebastian. So shoulder chakras. What else is important here? So this is your sun. It can be represented by the sun, and this can be represented by the moon as well. What does imbalance look like? Imbalance obviously is like overthinking or aggressive doing, right? I think a lot of these when I start to ask questions, I feel like it's obvious. Maybe it's not obvious. So sorry if that sounds demeaning, but it's like it seems intuitive, right? When we know that there's this masculine piece, this solar piece, this yang piece, this lineage of doing piece, and we know this is the lunar lineage of the yin lineage of being piece. Faith, I don't think you could help anyone if you had no problems to begin with. Right? Yeah. Facts. Okay. All right. I love you, Faith. Thank you, friend. And there's also, again, we live in a culture that like tells us that our brokenness is ugly. Our messiness is inappropriate. And I don't agree. I find the most beauty in humanity when someone is messy, when someone fucking breaks their silence and just starts screaming. And if it's at me, it's at me, and let's hold space and let's work it out. But I'd rather you be yelling in frustration than cowering in silence. Again, this is like my big justice thing. Is like, to me, it's like caging God. It's like putting God in a corner and in timeout and saying he's not good enough and not worthy enough and trying to punish him for existing. It's like trying to punish a flower for blooming. And it's so absurd to me that I can't it's frustratingly unfathomable as to why we would do this to ourselves and to each other. And I know why, because it's a means of control and it's a means of selfish gain for just a few through the means of control. But that also makes me even more fucking angry. Bryn, speaking of archetypes, the wounded healer is a classic. So when I was at that farm, when I was out that intentional community in New York with the Joseph Campbell concepts and whatnot, and they had offered a lot of classes and workshops and whatnot, I got to learn a little bit about Joseph Campbell. And annoyingly, I'll say it's annoyingly because it's still annoying. There was someone there who was deeply immersed in his stuff, and we were talking about archetypes, and he was like, "Do you know what your archetype is?" And I was like, "No, not yet. I'm not sure." And he goes, and I was like, "What do you think it is?" He goes, "No, I'm not actually gonna tell you because I know what it is, but I'm not gonna tell you." And I was like, because my guess is the wounded healer, maybe, but there's also like, see, I don't know as deeply into his archetypes. There's the wounded healer, but there's also like the hermit. Oh, you just sent me into a whole deep self-reflection thing. Hold on a minute. This is not my journaling time. I'm going to pull myself back out of that rabbit hole and arrive back here before I get lost down there and we stop talking about the chakras again. So thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for all the love. Remember, go find me on this TikTok shop here. Go follow me there for free. Also, go follow me on the YT, not the TT or the TT if you're over on YT. I am Move with Change in all the places. If I'm on that social platform, if I'm on that thing, I am at Move with Change. There's a lot of places that I am, and there's a lot of ways that you can support the work that I do, including buying my book, including getting coaching and joining classes and other things like that. Pretty much for everything that you guys give me, I like to give you free. I like to offer things for free, and I'll probably never stop doing that. But I also need to make sure that I can be somewhat of a responsible human in the matrixy capitalist world that we still do live in. So any love and support and appreciation here is always rewarded with extra. So thank you all. Okay. Chakras. You've got your yang chakra, your yin chakra, your moon, your sun and your moon, your overthinking, overworking self, your martyred self, your rigid and emotionally suppressed, right? Energy here. This is out of balance, obviously. So when I bring myself into balance, then what do I have? I have empowered action. I have being able to offer support without depleting my own energy, right? This is a big piece, especially for those of you who give to the world, who heal the world, who love to take care of others. We know that we tend to harbor a burden, and that burden energetically is harbored here partially because it also goes through other places, but it gets harbored here on your shoulders. That's why a lot of us as caregivers struggle with shoulder issues, back issues, pain in the upper back, pain in the neck from all that stuff, because you are energetically carrying that load. Balance is imperative. Otherwise, as you know, what happens? The dreaded burnout. And that burnout happens because you've been depleting your energy instead of balancing that energy and giving what you can give when you can give it, and caring for you, making sure you put your shirt on before you try to give your shirt to somebody else. My mother is a very very wise and powerful woman. She's a very intuitive woman. She does a lot of healing work, a lot of giving out to the world, but she does it from that place. She does it from this place. And it's so hard to watch. I'm grateful because I got to learn through watching her, but at the same time, it's so hard to watch her martyr herself for other people and then feel very angry and resentful about that experience. Love to your mother. Just had a moment where I just had to send some heart bubbles over to my mom. Okay, so we have our shoulder chakras here, right? Ideally, we want to balance those shoulder chakras. You know what's a really good way to balance your shoulder chakras? By connecting them to the soul star. Where is your soul star chakra? It's about a foot above your head, but it can be, it's usually no more than a foot, right? And it can be a little bit lower than that as well. Again, these are energy centers. They're not stagnant points of material. So my favorite way to find my soul star chakra is to put my crown chakra on my crown chakra, to put my wrist on the top of my head, and then extend my fingers up. Right about there, unless you have like super tiny hands, but even still, I think it'd be proportionate. Your soul star chakra is going to be about at your fingertips there, or a little bit above. Red Mama Yeti, so when we have a growth there, would that be a huge sign of that chakra being imbalanced? Yes. I have cysts that I often get like around the neck and shoulder area for exactly that reason. Part of that, right? The neck and shoulder area. What is this? This is your ability to set boundaries with the care that you give and the people you care for, and the ability to also make sure or require people to respect your boundaries, to be able to hold those boundaries so that they get respected, right? This is that area of being able to speak my truth and speak those boundaries and be able to hold those boundaries and be able to be honest with those things, and also be able to hear and receive other people's real truths and honesty about what they need or what they don't need, and these other things, balancing all of that out. So if it's in this area, then it's having to do more with something unspoken or overspoken or that kind of thing. If it's further out, or if it's closer down here, it's going to be heart centered, right? If it's further up here, I guess that's truth, huh? This is why it's important for you to map the body out. This is why it's important for you to understand where all these points are, because when you understand where the points are, then all you have to do is follow the rabbit down the hole, right? Oh, I have symptoms here in my shoulder, okay, or growth on my shoulder, or pain in my shoulder, or whatever it is. Okay, start there. Well, let's see. If it's this shoulder, that's my yang shoulder. I'm overdoing it. Do you know who my mother was speaking of? My mother has a torn rotator cuff. Like, she keeps tearing it. It keeps being torn. And it's the fucking right one. Why? Because she's fucking doing this to the world, as a lot of us are. And she's hurting her damn shoulder. And even when it's hurting, continuing to drive her stick shift. Right? I kind of adopted that piece from her. But yeah, you can follow the rabbit down the hole if you know where the hole goes, right? So again, if you want to learn more about the structure of the energy body, I did write this book, Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. It does go into the structure of the energy body and gives you a brief overview of it. If you want more in-depth information about the structure of the energy body, and you want tools and practices, ample tools and practices to help balance those things, go to this TikTok shop over here. And in that shop, you have PDF downloads that you can, they're $5, $5.55 or something like that you can download for each month of our Inner Light series, each layer of the energy body. You want to work on your whole aura field. You want to balance your aura. Go get the one from January. You want to align the energies inside of your system, the 5 elements in your system, go get the February one. If you really want to work on your solar plexus, go get the April one. April, May, no, yeah, wait. April, May, June, July, August. No, not the April one, though. March, April, May. Get the May one. May, June, July, August, September. No, wait a minute. It'll say it in my shop. It'll say it in my shop. But there's one for each layer of the energy body. There's one for each chakra. And then I just posted the one for this month in November. This one is the PDF that you can find at this TikTok shop, is the one for the shoulder chakras, the chin chakra, the hand chakras, and the soul star chakra. So if you have shoulder stuff or migraine things or hand things, go get those. Okay. So your soul star chakra. If you place your palm or you place the heel of your hand, your wrist on your head, and then stick your fingers up, that's about where your soul star chakra is. I'm going to lean back so you guys see. But this is what you're going to do for yourself. Put it up there. And then just, if you want to put your hand up there, right, and feel into that energy, whoa, move it around. I encourage you to have your feet on the ground, or at least your feet near your root chakra to help ground you out. Just moving your hand up there in that area, just to bring awareness to that area. Have your awareness in the top of your head. See if you can feel that energy between your hand and your crown chakra there. Woo. So the practice that helps to balance, remember we talking about the yin and the yang of our shoulder chakras, and that we are conditioned in this culture to operate out of balance with those shoulder chakras. We don't want to be twisted like this. This is literally what I was doing for the first 2 hours of class that caused me to start having NTOS symptoms. So hold on a minute. Blindly evolving. Are you feeling that? Yeah. Awareness is key. Awareness is your key to enlightening your system. It's the only key that unlocks every single door. Awareness. Okay. I'm going to readjust myself so that I'm not operating from that twisted self. So to realign the shoulders, okay. Why don't we sit for a little meditation? Well, why don't we do this together for a little bit? My phone is starting to die, so we'll probably be closing up here in a little bit, but let's do a practice here so that we can practice together aligning the 3 chakras, the 2 in our shoulder and the soul star. So again, if you haven't done it, go ahead and put the heel of your hand or your wrist on your top of your head, and then bring your other hand up here to where your fingertips are. This is where your soul star chakra is. About a foot, a little less from the top of your head. It's an energy center, not an exact material pinpoint thing. So you can get up into this area, move your hand around up here, see if you can feel that energy, see if you can feel anything inside of you happening with that energy up here. All I'm doing is this. I'm just imagining that I'm using my hands to kind of just move and the energy around in the soul star chakra. all the way up there. Just move that energy around and see what you feel. You may experiencing it in your hand, you may experiencing it in your arm, and you may experience it in the top of your head. It may be somewhere else in your system. Just spend a few minutes here wiggling around, mixing around, playing with that soul star like it's Play-Doh. This is where we reach up to when we are obviously going through the enlightenment process. If I'm expanding my aura, I want my aura to include my soul star. Your aura is more contracted when you have more tension in your system and you're more out of balance. The energy is all wonky and not flowing properly, so your energy body gets contracted, especially in states of fear or big emotions. If you feel your body tense, your aura followed suit. So we want our aura to be stretched out far enough to include the full healthy expression of an aura is beyond each of your fingertips at full extended length. Extend your arms out to both sides, past your fingertips. That's the full scope of the toroidal field around you. When I say aura, I'm talking about the manifestation, the actual toroidal field of energy that flows around you. The planet has it, plants have it, all of us have it. It's generated by the heart, and it's not intended, it's not meant to stay really small and like that. This leads to dis-ease, it leads to pain, it leads to suffering, it leads to confusion, it leads to struggle. We want our energy body, we want our aura, we want our toroidal field to expand all the way out just past our fingertips. So if this is feeling really, really weird or very new, you might need to spend a little bit of time expanding that energy body a little more. If you're feeling a lot of energy up here, if you're feeling this a lot and you can experience it here in your body, that energy body, that aura is probably expanded pretty close to it. So you're already probably connected to it. If you're not feeling anything at all, your aura is very likely to be pulled in to such a degree that it's not quite regularly encompassing your soul star chakra. Okay, so here's the soul star up here. You're still playing with it like Play-Doh. You can switch hands if you need to. My shoulders don't keep my arm up that long like that. So now what you're doing here is also generating the awareness of the chakra. Do me a favor here and tap with the other. Would you guys do me a favor over on TikTok and tap some hearts with the other hand that you're not using to play with your Play-Doh soul star chakra so that TikTok doesn't forget about us, doesn't ding us. And then we're going to go ahead and shift into antennas, use toroids. Yeah, frequency and waves and vibration. Okay, so what we're doing is cultivating the awareness of this soul star chakra. The more you do that, the more likely you're going to be able to experience the energetic of it. And again, if you're really new to energy work and you're really new to these energy experiences, don't worry so much about having a visceral experience and worry more just about being able to bring awareness to it. So you ask, what color would I say the soul star chakra is? My experience of the soul star chakra is gold, is like a golden kind of shimmery to it. It's very, very bright. It's brighter than the crown chakra. The crown chakra I see as a really, really faint purple. It's like the light is reflecting from the brow chakra a little bit. The light up here in the crown tends to be very, very light purple. Sometimes it's also a little bit silvery, like almost like a gray, depending, especially a little bit. Yeah. I'm just checking into my chakra system. But that soul star chakra is a bright sun looking thing. Not yellow like the sun, but like gold in my experience. I encourage you to cultivate your own awareness of the colors of your energy body, to be able to see and perceive your energy body through your own internal lens. That's so much more important than what anybody says the color of that chakra is. Because, for example, the frequency of the throat chakra, let's see, color is frequency. Light is frequency. The reason we see the color blue, I'm looking at a staple box over there. The color blue on that staple box comes to my eyes through an actual wavelength that then is absorbed and perceived in my eyes, right? It's a frequency. It's a wavelength. So that particular shade is a particular wavelength, is a particular manifestation frequency of that color. If the particular frequency, the energy in my throat chakra is this way, it could appear as a much deeper, darker blue. Whereas if it's over here, it may appear as a much lighter or even dim blue. It can even appear as like a dingy kind of color, right? It can also appear as not blue at all, but like gray or black or other things like that. That's going to be really important for you to assess that in your system. Yes, I also offer energy evaluation, chakra system evaluation. I also offer energy work, both in person and distance work through memberships here. Remember, if you do coaching membership with me, you get access to everything I do, from herbalism to yoga to teaching and therapy kind of stuff, right? To also physical practices, herbalism, nutrition, energy work, dream journeying, meditation, whatever the fuck I've got in that toolbox, you can tap into when we do private coaching sessions together. Those are available on this TikTok shop here. Okay. So your perception of the color of your chakra is more important because it tells you what your system needs. It tells you where your system needs your attention more than anything. Okay. So another way to connect to your soul star chakra, and then we're going to go ahead and do this meditation here together. Another way to connect to your soul star chakra. So each chakra has what's called a bij mantra or a seed mantra. It's a very simple sound word, usually 2-3 letters, that you can say a vocalization, because sound is a wavelength. Color is a wavelength. Your chakras, energy are wavelengths. So those wavelengths, the mantras, the bij mantras, actually match the wavelength of that particular chakra. So you can do the Sanskrit bij mantras. You can also, if you don't know Sanskrit or aren't comfortable using it, you can also use the scales. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Obviously, it helps if you actually do them in the scales. But if you aren't great with toning, with singing the scales, then the bij mantras might be a little bit easier. The soul star chakra has no mantra because sound, low vibration sound down here in your root, as it gets higher and higher and higher and higher to, I can't even hit it this morning, to really high sound. And we know that if we turn sound up and up and up until it gets that really high frequency, what happens? Our ears can no longer hear higher frequency sounds. This indicates the frequency, the wavelength, the spectrum of sound and color that we can perceive and experience as humans. The soul star chakra is a space of silence. It's as if you can hear the universe. If you imagine that the universe makes the sound itself, this tapping into the soul star would be tapping into that sound. So, since I just offered that, one of the ways that we can get our energy up to the soul star chakra is we say the bij mantra for each of the chakras. And then as you say the bij mantra for the crown chakra, you allow a nice long extension into silence, listening for whatever sound the universe might make before coming back down into the root chakra and doing that again, if you're doing it as a breathwork practice or a mantra practice. So our practice for balancing the shoulder and the soul star chakras, this is really an important practice for connecting and maintaining quality connection to the cosmos, to ethereal energy. This is essentially, you guys know that the shape of a pyramid, have you ever heard of this thing that like a pyramid, when you store seeds inside of a pyramid, they actually maintain their whatever it's called, reproductivity of seeds. They keeps them really well. Or pyramids will charge things, right? We know that the pyramids of Giza have particular powerful qualities to them, that they can channel energy and these kinds of things. You can go dive deep into that whole rabbit hole of what pyramids do. But for this purpose, we're simply going to, you create a pyramid around around your head. So if you imagine what a pyramid does and how beneficial it is to life and to energy, then you understand why it's really powerful for you to put a pyramid around your head. So that pyramid is not a 2D flat pyramid. We don't just go from the shoulders to the star chakra, but we start there. So you can start from your right or your left, whichever one feels good to you. Bring your awareness. Imagine you're drawing a line. Or I like to put it as a little string. Imagine you're dragging a string coming up from your shoulder chakra all the way up to that upper space, connecting to your soul star chakra. Then that string coming back down to your shoulder chakra. From here, bring that string out in front of you to an equal point. Trust the energy to know where that equal point is. Bring your awareness out there and then back to the other shoulder. Same thing. Send another line back behind you. So it'll be directly behind you. Connect. And then another string here. So it's just a visual practice. It's just a following the lines, tracing the lines of the pyramid. After you get that base of those lines, then you can see the pillars here and there also line up. And you just sit with the visualization of that pyramid. You can sit with the visualization of the pyramid still, or you can allow it to spin. A lot of us our pyramids, we'll already experience the pyramid spinning, but you may not, which is fine. So again, what is this for? This is our lineage of how we do and how we be in the world. And we live in a culture that teaches us to do a lot more than be, and that this is more valuable than this. What we want to do is balance these two so that we can have aligned, empowered action and rest, right, when needed and necessary. So to do that, we use the soul star chakra to align these shoulder chakras by drawing the lines of the pyramid that already exists. There is already a pyramid around you, right? Around the head. This is already an energetic pathway. The more time you spend with it, the more time you spend drawing it and updating your brain about it, the more you will experience it and the more you will have experienced benefit from it. Okay, so again, we start with one shoulder, right or left, it's up to you. Draw that line from one shoulder up to the soul star chakra. Feel free to close your eyes if it helps to visualize. If you can do it with your eyes open, go ahead. Bring that line from the soul star chakra down to the other shoulder. Then that line comes out in front of you to a point out in front of you. Then that point out in front of you goes to the other shoulder. Same thing in the back. Send it out to a point in front of you, or behind you, directly behind you, and then back to the other shoulder. Notice all four lines of that pyramid, all four corners of that pyramid, and sit inside of that pyramid. Allow your head to just be inside that pyramid. Let me plug in my phone because it's going to die before we get off here. Not yet. Not yet, telephone. I at least want to say goodbye. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can we make it? Dad, how did you sit on that? I just put it down. Excuse me, young man. Excuse me, young man. Ha-ha! Ha-ha. All right. It's literally 1%. We just barely made it. Okay. Game on. I know we've only been on here for 4 hours. I mean, I feel like we could go like another 2-3 hours. But at this point, I have actually successfully given you all the information about the chakras that I intended to today, which is a feat considering how many tangents we have gone on and how many times I get wandered down another rabbit hole and forget what we're talking about. So we covered. I am going to need a snack soon. Hey, if you haven't thought about it lately, go ahead and drink some water. Grab yourself some water. Have a sip as we review. Hand chakras. Both your hands and your feet have chakras that directly connect to one of each of the 7 chakras, 7 major chakras. Do you guys want to do a quick whole system overview? Because that, I feel like that is like the big piece that a lot of people, okay. All right, let's do it. Whole system, whole chakra overview. If you're new to the chakras, definitely say for a second. Awesome. Yes, please. Okay. Awesome. Oh, dog hair, cat hair. Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay. All right. Do I need to grab a snack? No, because what'll happen is I won't eat it. I'll end up just chatting instead. So what I need to do though is do this overview, and then I will go ahead and finish up, and then I will go ahead and go have lunch. So whole system overview. Let's pretend we're doing it. Okay. Your aura is your energetic field from your heart. Your heart has defibrillator cells. See, I get so deep down in this stuff. I like want to fall down and give you all the details, but here we go. Your heart is made up of defibrillator cells. Those defibrillator cells work together to make your heart pump. That pump of your heart does not happen without defibrillator cells. And those defibrillator cells are energetically just pumping basically on their own. By themselves, they die off. Together, they work together. They entrain in unison and make your heart pump. That pumping action of your heart is a electromagnetic generator that generates an electromagnetic current. This is science stuff you can go look up on your own. There's cool, amazing studies about your toroidal field of energy and about how the heart creates this. Stephen Herod Buhner, the herbalist I was talking about, he also talks a lot about our heart's electromagnetic field and how it interacts with the world and with each other. Yes, thank you, Blindly Evolving. For everybody, feel free to tap, gift, that kind of stuff while we are reviewing. It just helps push the information out there and helps keep us from getting dinged on TikTok. Did you notice we have not? Oh, it did. We didn't get a violation today, but it said there was no stuff happening. But we didn't get a violation yet today. Maybe okay. Heart generates the toroidal field of energy because of the defibrillator cells. That toroidal field of energy can be either very expanded out around you or very contracted around your body as well. So that is going to be based on how those other chakras are expressing that energy, how much tension you have in your system. Your root chakra. Yep. Your root chakra is on the base. It's on your perineum. So if you're sitting down right now, you're sitting on your root chakra. If you have to pee and you put your hands between your legs, your hand is on your root chakra. For your sacral chakra, if you want to find the area of your sacral chakra, stick your pinky out and your thumb out. Place your thumb inside of your belly button and wiggle your pinky down to the top of your pubic bone. That is your sacral chakra, your muffin top. This is your sacral chakra. This is your bread basket. This is where we store all our water and our emotions. This is our bowl and our source of flexibility, right? And intimacy. Okay. Next up is your solar plexus. Keep that pinky and thumb out. This time, place your pinky in your belly button and wiggle your thumb up until you find your sternum or your diaphragm there, right? This is your solar plexus. Digestion, center for will. This is my major organs. It's also my center for prana. This is literally where the body generates heat through the process of digestion and using that food to create fuel. This is where your prana comes from. If you're feeling sluggish or slow, even in energy levels, not just in digestion, but in any other area in your life, you can address that through addressing the solar plexus. Then we move up. Place your hand on your heart. This is your heart chakra. Just above your hand on your throat, that is your throat chakra. Place your pinky just above your eyebrows at the center, above your bridge of your nose, between your eyebrows, just above that. This is your brow chakra. It feels good to massage it. The crown chakra, place your hand on the swirl of your head, your cowlick. That is where your crown chakra is. You can also place your hand on the top of your head and experience your crown chakra. Your crown chakra is like the whole top of your head. But if you're looking for the location, the center, the point of your crown chakra, it's actually on the cowlick. It's part of why some people wear a thing there. Okay, so that's the front of each of your chakras. The root chakra and the crown chakra are the top and the bottom to your energy and your energy vessel. The central channel is called the Sushumna channel. Off the Sushumna channel comes two minor channels called your nadis. The nadis, Nadis, are the kind of pulleys that interlace between your chakras. They are the interaction. Think about this like a pulley system. You have wheels. Each of your chakra means wheel. Each of your chakras is turning in one direction or the other, either towards yang or yin, right or left. That energy, whichever way it turns, is dictated by the energy through those nadis. We'll do this together really quickly so you can get an indication of, you can remember how each one is moving. Bring your pinkies up again as we did our nadis. The nadis are connected to the third eye chakra. The crown chakra is just an open channel for the rest of your system. The third eye is where our nadis connect, and it connects the interlacing the other chakras in our system. All right, so the right side is prana, yang energy. Yep. The left side is yin energy, aponic energy. The Sanskrit term that's pranic, aponic, yang, yin. Okay, so that means your right hand will go up, the left one will go down. Imagine you're holding a wheel or a gear or a coin or whatever in between these two pinkies. If you can visualize it, close your eyes. If you can't, that'll help. Turn that wheel. The right goes up, the left comes down. What happens? That means your third eye is turning towards your left. Yeah, because it's a yin chakra. This is a feminine front of the chakra is feminine. Then if those interlace, what happens to the next chakra? It's turning towards the right, which is the yang energy, the pranic energy. That makes sense. My brow chakra receives that insight, right? Is intuitive. My throat chakra is where I create and express. Now, those interlacing nadis going all the way down, we can do it yin, yang, yin, yang, yin. And then the root chakra is the bottom of our center, of our Sushumna. So that's yin as well. And then this is yang as well, right? Okay, the back of each of those chakras, the front of each of the chakras, we just went for the front of the chakras. I just told you that the top and the bottom of your system, or the front and the back of that, of your battery, the north and south pole, are your crown and your root. So where's the back of your other chakras? Behind the sacral, it's directly behind the sacral. So if you place your hand on your low belly, below your belly button, and place your hand on your low back, that is the channel of your sacral chakra. Remember, I call the sacral to the throat my matrix chakras. These 5 chakras, solar or sacral chakra, solar plexus, right behind there, heart, right behind there, throat, right behind there. That means if you have issues in the upper back, it's related to your heart chakra. If the front of your heart chakra is yin, which is the receptive piece of your heart chakra, then the back chakra is what? Yang. And it's also the expressive way. It's the way that you take care of other people. It's the way that you bear the burden of other people's feelings or needs or struggles or whatnot, right? Okay. Yeah, back, all these are the same. One difference. There's one difference. The brow chakra is up here. The back of the brow chakra is back where your pineal gland is. That means it goes at a 45-degree angle through your head, which again is the information pathway where you can reach to the higher self, receive wisdom from the higher self. And it's also where we interact with the subconscious self, with our shadow self. Shadow work, if you're experiencing tension in the upper neck or headaches in the area of your pineal gland or where your spine touches your skull, please, please, please stop ignoring your shadow. Please, please, please go do that shadow work. Please, please, please listen to whatever part of your subconscious has been trying to get your attention, because they're literally banging on the fucking door trying to get you to hear them. Okay? That's indication of this is the subconscious that we are communicating with. This is the superconscious we are communicating with, or higher consciousness and lower consciousness, if you can put it that way. But that seems to be judgmental. Okay. Minor chakras. We have a chakra in each knee. We have a chakra on it's chakras in the feet and in the hands that correlate to the 7 major chakras. Then we have our vritti chakras, which are our reproductive chakras. This is the only chakra that is unique, that like moves on the system depending on your biology. So that reproductive obviously is going to be lower or higher depending on your biology, the vritti chakras, and they are specific to reproduction. Remember, the sacral chakra is specific to intimacy and connection and being cared for, being taken care of. But the vritti chakras, the minor chakras, reproductive chakras, are specific to having children, creation in that way. We have a belly button chakra as well. You also, as we talked about today, have shoulder chakras and a soul star chakra, a little less than a foot above your head, about as long as your fingertips above your head. You also have a chin chakra. This is your moon center. And as we were saying before, if you are ever experiencing a big emotional expression and you need to just like turn the volume down so you can deal with it or deal with the situation, put all of your attention into your what is this called again? Chin. Put all of your attention into your chin. You can do that by closing your eyes and just looking down into your chin. So I offered 2 options for this. One being that you close your eyes and turn your eyeballs down as if you're trying to see your chin from your eyeballs. I would consider that a more beginning or an easier way to put your attention to your chin chakra. If you are more comfortable with moving your awareness around, or you just want to try it out, then I encourage you to drop your awareness from here down into your chin itself and perceive the world as if you were looking outside of your chin. So what that might look like inside of your head really is just that things look a little bit like you suddenly just got a little shorter, right? Practice with this, play with this as much as you'd like to. And if you can't visualize, and if you're like, I don't even know how to I don't even know what you're talking about, moving my awareness, I want to use this tool, but I don't know how to use those other things, then my friend, put your finger on your chin and close your eyes. And I would encourage you further to try different fingers. You may find that putting your pointer finger on your chin can be beneficial, or it could be really aggravating. You could try putting your pinky, which is the center. This is your water element, right? The water element, which is what our sacral is ruled by, the element of water, and also the moon pulls the tides. This is your moon center, and also your center for emotional awareness and emotional intelligence. So I would encourage you to use your pinky. Of course, try them all out and see what fits better for you or not. But if you are having a big old emotional expression and you need an emergency, like, let me turn the volume down really quick so we can work on this. Put your pinky on your chin and breathe. Always just breathe. Always just breathe. You are very welcome, my friends. So I think that's the whole overview, right? Remember too, you can go more and more subtle. We have tiny minor chakras in the ears, right? If you really want to explore like the fine, tiny points of energy, go look at Eastern medicine. Acupuncture, acupressure, that kind of stuff. They've fully mapped that stuff out. They've got it all mapped out, and they use their medicine is based on that, right? Because of how powerful and effective it is at healing the physical and emotional and mental manifestations of these energy imbalances in your system. Well, if the energy is out of balance, you might as well balance the energy, right? Otherwise, if you're just treating the symptoms of an imbalanced energy, that energy is going to keep fucking flowing through. It's like having wires crossed in your wall and it keeps setting your outlet on fire, but you just replace the outlet over and over and over again, right? And you're like, well, why does it keep catching fire? Because it's the fucking wires, man. Because the energy flow is way too high, because this one's got the missing, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not an electrician. I'm a human electrician. Oh, I gotta find a new I'm gonna name myself something. I'm gonna make up a term for a human electrician, because that's what I am. Oh, my nose just itches so much today. You also have chakras up here at the corner of your brow. There's chakras here. There is a chakra here at the tip of your nose. There is a chakra here at the base of your nose. There are chakras here underneath your eyes. There are chakras here in your temples. Oh, those are nice ones. The spark plug. I think the only other piece of the whole energy body is just the fact that, no, there are a couple more pieces. Actually, I will give you the couple of more pieces. So the other pieces is that we have 5 elements that run through our systems, right? We already talked about the chakras in the hands, but these elements run through the channels of your fingers. So to review those here, they are here. Fire is the thumb. Air is your index finger. Spirit or ether is your middle finger. Your ring finger is earth, and your pinky finger is water. As we did earlier, we can connect the fingers directly to the chakras that are ruled by those elements. That means that if you're not working about the chakras and you're wanting to align your energy, but you're feeling super frenetic and anxious, what kind of energy do you think would make things all move and and hard to focus and all this stuff? Air. It's like, have you ever stood outside on a windy day, like a super windy day? It's hard to think after a while. Wind is very distracting and very disruptive to peace in our systems. It's like if you had papers all over your table and wind just goes through it all. So if you're experiencing that, you may want to address that with the index finger, right? Faith. What's up? Did you ever see the video of the Chinese medicine doctor stop a heart attack in the subway? No, I didn't see that, but I have been, because this is something I've been studying for so long, I very seriously considered going to become an acupuncturist, but it wasn't the end all be all answer for me and what I wanted to do. So I've seen a lot of really powerful videos of how energy work can heal and how they use acupuncture and energy work in tandem with each other. This is it's a whole self, a whole system way of caring Whereas in the West, we just completely ignore, literally, it's like ignoring the binding agent for everything. It's ignoring the tissue in between all the organs. It's as if Western medicine says, here, you have a liver, but we're going to ignore everything around the liver that supports the liver and how the liver interacts with and has relationship with the other parts of the self. It's just, yeah, it's very unintuitive. Faith, these chakras and meridians are real. They are very real. They're something that, again, I know that there's a big push right now in the public sphere to send the message that the chakras are evil, or that somehow you're going to have a bad, like, you're going to open yourself up to demonic entities. I've heard that one about the chakra system. The purpose of sending that message out into the world is because we are collectively enlightening and we're collectively recognizing our power and our ability to be energetically sovereign when we understand this stuff, and controlling forces don't want you to know that. So again, how do you hide the truth? You take the truth, you say, you see this? It's actually really terrible and awful. This is the truth, right? See this? No, this is demonic, this is bad, this is awful. Here's the truth. It's the opposite. The opposite is true. Way to keep you out of balance, way to keep you feeling lost, way to keep you feeling powerless so that you can keep slaving away for whatever that personal gain is. Okay. So that's the other thing too, is we have information as far back as 1500 BC on the chakra system, on the energy body, on how the energy body, and well before we had any kind of modern medicine. It's not traditional medicine, it's modern medicine. This was traditional medicine. Sound, energy, frequency healing was how we aligned and took care of our systems. Okay. So where did that come from? I was like, was I answering a question? Okay. Oh, that's it. We were talking about, okay, that was the last thing I wanted to offer. We talked about the elements in the system and the channels with which those elements flow. And then we also, the 7 layers of the aura. Faith, just enough, yeah, medications and things to keep your body pushing through the trauma and damage. Yeah, absolutely. We live in a culture that teaches us to run at a 45-degree angle through life instead of actually centering ourselves and operating from a centered and balanced place. It doesn't encourage us to be balanced and centered because this is where our power is. This is where our strength is. But when we're like this, we're much more weak, much easier to drop off and do all that other stuff. Guillermo, I can't say it. It's a Patreon. See, I was making my middle school looking cursive up here because I can't say it out loud. So last piece of the whole energy body is the layers of the aura. So in your first layer of the aura, obviously it's your physical self, right? The physical body, and where we experience things from the physical body in our aura is going to be the closest place, right, to our physical body. Just beyond that is our emotional body. Our emotions create a bigger space than our physical body, but they are deeply and intimately interconnected with the inner workings of our physical body, right? They're the energetic manifestations of the patterns in our systems. So you have your physical layer of the aura, then you have your emotional layer of the aura. Then we have our mental layer of the aura. Now that's different than the emotional layer, right? Obviously. Mental layer is our thoughts, our beliefs, and again, these are interconnected, right? My emotions and are connected and tied to my beliefs and things about the world. Mental clarity, right? This space out here is also where we find mental clarity. So we want our aura to be able to expand out to the place where we can find mental clarity. Think about this. If your aura does not expand out to that place where that mental body out there, what happens instead is it's so contracted that there's so much tension in your system that you won't be able to get that mental clarity. Mental clarity comes from when your system is relieved of tension to such a degree that it could expand out to this mental space. All the layers of the energy body of the aura stay in the energy body. They just become compacted, and therefore there's much less space for them to evolve or to adjust, or they're all squeezed together, right? There's not a lot of breathing room there. But as our aura expands, as that energy body, that toroidal field of energy is expanded, how do we expand it? Through letting go of tension. Tension contracts it. Your intention can expand it, right? Okay, so then your next layer is your astral layer. This connects the physical and spiritual realms. This is your bridge from the physical realm and all the bullshit that happens in here to being beyond the limitations of the physical world. Being able to access astral projection requires your energy body to be open enough for there to be enough energy to move through this astral layer. Then we also have our etheric layer. This etheric layer is the stuff that we get from astrology. So we talked about astrology having to do with creating our temperament. Astrology, when you were born, how you were born, what are signs, whatnot, will also dictate your physical appearance. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. That's one of my favorite. I did a huge study 1 year on astrology when I read that your physical appearance, right, is related to your sign. Sure as shit. That's why we all know when somebody's a Scorpio. I love you, Scorpios. I really do. That's why we all know when somebody's a Leo. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So this etheric layer, the ether, think about that. That's the message in the ether. It's the stuff of the universe that is interacting with making you who you are. This is your blueprint stuff that we receive from the universe. So then we have 2 more layers. We've got the celestial layer, which is linked to our intuition and spiritual awareness. Let's see. Our soul star is located in the astral area of the expanded energy body. So if my energy body is expanded out just beyond my fingertips, then my astral layer would encompass that soul star chakra, right? That means the physical one is really close to my body. The emotional one is a little bit further out, right? And then my mental one is a bit further out too, in a fully expanded chakra. That astral one is where that soul star is. You have an earth star as well. Your earth star is also inside of that astral layer around. Our etheric layer is again beyond that. So the astral is the bridge between that physical out into the spiritual. So out past the astral layer, we have those spiritual layers. Our etheric layer, which comes in with the ether from the universe, our blueprint from the ether. This is our ethereal DNA, our universal DNA, right? Our energetic DNA that we receive. We have a physical body of DNA, and we also have an ethereal body that also receives information. There we go. I saw your Guillermo there. Interesting information. So then we have our that etheric body, which gives you that ethereal DNA. Then we have our celestial layer, which is our spiritual awareness. It's outside. It's our ability to go out and be aware of and be interacting with the spiritual aspects of the world. It's beyond the physical body. It's beyond our trappings of being here in the matrix, right? Intuition reaches this area. When your intuition is, I guess let's just say full force. When your intuition is working great, when your intuition is functioning really well, it's reaching out and experiencing things way out in this celestial layer. So then The last layer is your catheric template, or it's also called the causal body. This is the outermost layer, and it's essentially kind of like your shell. It's your egg. It's your Merkaba. It's the vessel, etheric, energetic vessel for your experience in this. It's your bubble. It's your drop of water, right? That you exist inside of, if we're all part of this. It's that way, way, way out there stuff that spiritual practices talk about in terms of escaping samadhi. When you leave this cycle of samsara, this physical manifestation, is because you break through that final layer, that causal body layer, and expand. Essentially, it's like popping that bubble, right? If I have this bubble here, this energy bubble here, it's keeping me in here, then I need to break free of that. I can pop that sort of thing, right? To expand out. So I recently saw something about cells. If you take embryo cells out of their sac, then what happens, because they don't have the pressure holding them in, this is a micro macro example of why we have this egg bubble shell thing. Okay, if an embryo is growing and it does not have the egg, what happens to the cells? The cells actually require tension. They require this space for them to evolve in, for them to split and split and split and split and split and split and split, to manifest into all of this complex self, right? If you take away that bubble, that embryo for it, that egg for it, this is beautiful. Nature, it will naturally develop a new one. Because what happens to that new little embryo zygote thing, right? If it doesn't have the container, it spills everywhere. It will just turn into some like venom blob thing, symbiote thing, right? And just goes blah, 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 and it never manifests into life. Those cells, we need that container. We need that bubble, that tension, to experience what we're experiencing and for the growth to happen inside of it. No mud, no lotus. No pressure, no split. And that split is exponential growth. Becoming more and more and more aware of the subtle layers of self, splitting the self over and over and over again, birth and death over and over and over again, rebirthing the self over and over again, breaking it, dying to break it open so that you now have two, and then breaking each of those so you now have four, and exponentially enlightening yourself, because time has this illusionary movement in our universe, right? You can't, if I were to drop my cup here, I could glue it back together, but I couldn't reverse it and scoop all the liquid back in and put the things together. So our experience of this linear time thing with evolution, right? We have this place that we are headed. We have this direction, sense of direction that we are going. And as we continue going down there, you know that once you break that open, you can't put it back together. Once you read the allegory of the cave, your mind doesn't forget that. Once you experience the grief of losing someone you love, your body remembers that. You can't unlearn enlightenment, because you're bringing more and more subtle layers of awareness of existence. I think I'll just leave you with that visual, that ever evolving embryo of you that probably started ever evolving before your embryo even started ever evolving, but we'll get to that another time. But in this lifetime, we break so we can grow. It tears so it can heal. I had to feel lost before I could find myself. I had to forget I was lovable before I could fall in love with myself. You are not broken. You're not behind. You're not late. You're not beyond repair or too far gone. Everything in your life did not change you from who you were meant to be. It made you who you are. And that's who you were meant to be. Right here, right now, exactly right here, right now. Perfect time, perfect place, perfect pace. Perfection is about being present with the process. And sin just means missing the mark. Just means missing center, off center. Let me rephrase that. It doesn't just mean missing the mark. Sin means being off centered. The world that we were raised in, that fed us our conditioning and our messages, want you to believe that you are small, that you are meek, that you are powerless, that you are ultimately lost and relatively worthless. I'm telling you, it's an inversion. It's a complete inversion of the truth. If you knew that God was not somewhere out there, sometimes watching and not, but here, living and breathing, eating and shitting, crying and laughing with you. If you knew that Christ is an experience we have when we allow Source to fill our temple and expand this energy body out so we can be the lighthouses that we were meant to be. We can be these temples of light. But temples of light are hard to control. Self-actualized, self-empowered, and balanced people are hard to push over. We live in a culture that treats us more like one of those, remember the old clown punching bags that had sand or water in the bottom? You could punch those a million times, right? And they'd always pop back up. That is a balanced, centered, healthy person. Instead, our culture starts from birth, pre-birth, starts before you were born, and pushes you on your side. You know that clown, once you tipped it over, it wasn't going to come up unless you lifted it back up again, right? Most of us have been taught that we're supposed to live here or here or here. But all of this is past that tipping point that keeps you down. You were born here. And the culture conditioned you to believe that this is who you are and how you're supposed to live and how the world works. And it's just false. You can have this experience. If you want to live this life, you can have this experience. You can choose to live this life. But I truly believe that it's your choice to have and not a choice that somebody else should be making for you. And so subconscious manipulation, cultural conditioning that gets you to this place, I'm not okay with that. And I've got a hell of a warrior in here who's going to fight this battle as long as she needs to. You were not meant to live like this. And you were not born like this. And this is not how humanity, healthy humanity, operates. It's here. if you hang out in this space, if you come grab coaching with me or join us in our Discord, I will do everything in my power to reflect that back to you. I will offer the tools, the information, answer the questions to make sure that you can find this too. Because I know that this is what we're meant to do. This is who we're meant to be. And when we get here, all of that tension, all of that suffering, all of the crazy imbalance that we experience in the world starts to fade away. It can't exist. You can only profit from slave labor if people are willing to enslave themselves. But people aren't willing to enslave themselves, right? So they've got to be conditioned to believe that that's who they are. And that's all they are. And with my dying fucking breath, I will tell you, you are so much more than that. Every single one of you. So again, you're not late. You're right on time. You're not broken. You're evolving. You're not unworthy. It's your right to exist. And anybody who tells you otherwise is operating in fear and operating out of balance. So don't take advice. If you're trying to balance your system, don't take advice from people who are like super, super far out of balance and don't do anything to align their systems. Just word the wise. All right. One last thing. Remember, everybody, I do have this TikTok shop here. Sorry about the cursive. That's not like middle school looking cursive, but it worked. I was able to put this up here all day long and TikTok did not give us a violation. So yay. I will continue offering these Saturday classes throughout the rest of the year. Remember that next month, we're going to finish our Inner Light series, and that is December. And we're going to be doing a Kundalini Kriya for Kundalini activation. It's called the Sat Kriya. If you've done it before, awesome. If you've never done it before, don't worry. I'll be live every single day starting December 1st all the way to January 10th. And every single day I will offer brief instruction, and we will do the practice together. And then I will also post a video every single day that has the brief instruction, also has the mantras that go with it, and has a timer for exactly how long you need to do it. So if you can't make it with us live, that's okay. You can still join us for the Kriya for the full 40 days with the video content, with the video that I'll be posting. Please make sure you follow me on the YT as well as the TT. I know I got both of them going right now because of the way TT does not like my content, because they don't want me to tell you that they're manipulating you and they want you to stay ignorant and go like this. Go follow me on the YT as well, because we might be cultivating a lot more stuff over there. I do have a website in the process right now, which will be a huge change because it'll move everything we have: community space, classes, workshops, store, all that stuff will move on to the website once it's done. I will let you guys know when that happens. And after teaching for 3 years online, offering lots of free stuff, next year, we are going, after January 10th, after we finish that Kriya, I am going to close the doors a little more to our Sangha, to our community. If you want to be engaging in the classes, in coaching, to be interacting with the community, you've got to be either in the Discord or our website community space, and you need to have some layer of membership. I have been offering so many free classes for the last 3 years, and I know a lot of you have benefited, and I'm so grateful for that. I will keep offering free information. I will always keep offering free information. But next year, I need to do an experiment. I'm going to try this thing where we spend a lot more energy on all of my membership levels, and then I can pour a lot more of that right into, give those more value. So if you want classes, if you want practices, if you want coaching, if you want tools to align and heal your energy body and to reclaim your energetic sovereignty, please go to this TikTok shop right here and grab yourself a membership. Again, even if you just like what I do or you've ever benefited from what I do, I would really appreciate it if you go grab even one of those lower level memberships. I have a bunch of levels. So pick your poison. I don't know. Pick the game you want to play, pick which one you want to do. And if the $ is the lock on the gate that keeps you from getting the coaching or the classes or the information that you need, then please reach out to me, because I am always willing to barter, trade, that kind of stuff. But there must be an energetic exchange. And that's for the health and well-being of both of us, as well as the relationship between us as we exchange with each other. I love you all so much. Thank you again for joining me today. We will be live next Saturday from 10 a.m. Pacific time. I now have events on TikTok, so hopefully that'll help. I think you can sign up for those. I love and appreciate you all. Sit with those chakras you learned today. Okay. Give yourself some hand massages. Put your pinky on your chin if you really get lost. Make sure you're visualizing that pyramid around your head. Woo. And make sure you're giving yourself time to expand into the full capacity of your being. All right. I love you. I'm going to go have lunch. I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. I'll see you on the Patreon. Oh, I said it. Well, you can dig me now, TikTok. I don't care. I'll see you on the Patreon, or you can go get my book on Amazon. Sorry, it's on Amazon. It's called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. My name is Reverend Deborah, and so you can look it up with my name, or just Energy for Sale book, I think. If you want a link directly to it, please go ahead and send me a message. So chin meditation is for anxiety. It's not specific to anxiety. It's any big emotional experience you're having. Any big emotional experience that you're having, bring your pinky to your chin, or bring your awareness to your chin, or drop your awareness into your chin. This is your moon center. It's connected directly to your solar, or to your sacral chakra. It's where you manage our emotional intelligence. Think about it this way. If our emotions are born in our sacral chakra and grow from there, this is our center for truth. Your throat is your center for truth and expression and creativity, right? This is going to be a filter for those emotions as they come out through this area here. If you want to be balancing them and realigning them, or just kind of like turning down the volume a little bit of whatever emotion is going on, I encourage you to put your pinky to your chin and to just really breathe in and through this space and bring your awareness in this space. And it will pretty quickly turn that volume down. It may, again, these tools may not work perfectly for everybody. For some people, it may not be what works for you. There may be other things that work for you too. Again, you can even try different fingers or thumb or other things to help figure out what works best for you. And grounding. You always, especially when you're working with this upper stuff too, it's a good idea to always ground yourself, especially because as a culture, we spend a lot of time out of our body and up in these higher chakras. So if you're really wanting to get the most out of your upper chakra work, make sure you're grounded first. The energy must go both directions. We end up with spiritual psychosis. We end up with mental confusion and lack of clarity and all this kind of stuff. Lots of self-talk, all of that busy brain stuff. All of that happens. Even lack of focus and all that happens when we have too much energy up in our head. Sometimes it can be a lack of energy, but oftentimes it's an excess of energy when all of this energy is happening up here. If it's a lack of energy up here, you're going to have not so much thought in your head. You're going to kind of not have any of that like not even have mental clarity, just have mental, brain numbing energy to move down here. Don't operate in the brain, just operate in the body. That's like super baser needs stuff. That's operating like allowing your triggers to lead you kind of stuff. So if you find yourself carried on a stick by all the tiny little triggers, your energy may be dropping down in your body to protect you from some energy experience up here, versus the opposite. If you have a physical experience and you can't be there for it, and you pull it up here to intellectualize it, or to talk your way out of it, or to have anxiety, get super chatty about it. So that's energy moving too much. Sorry, I was getting text messages all of a sudden just now, so I apologize for that. All right. Always, anytime, you can always drop questions on my content, and that works both on YouTube and on TikTok. If you ever have any questions during the week when I'm not doing these classes, or if you're in the Discord, go ahead and drop them in the Discord too. But I love it when you guys comment on my content, because I can make more content from your comment, which really helps me get the answers out, right? Because the important part here is not just me telling you, right? Otherwise, I would focus just on coaching. It's doing this so that everybody nearby can also benefit from our own experiences and our own questions and inquiries. So I love you all so much. I will see you next Saturday, or I will see you Monday in group coaching. And yeah. Okay. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for staying connected to this whole time. You're great. And everybody else who's hanging out there. See you next Saturday.